It's 6:30 on the dot, so we're going to get started on our meeting. Welcome to our joint meeting of the Mountain View City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park Community of April 8th, 2025. I'm going to invite you all to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, so please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to item 2, roll call. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember McAllister. Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramos.
Here.
Mayor Kamei.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. We just need to announce that you may know we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties tonight with our hybrid meeting. And tonight, we appreciate your patience as we're going to navigate it. Staff has been working since early this morning to correct a challenge with our virtual video feed, but unfortunately, it was unable to be fixed before tonight's meeting. The video is viewable on YouTube, so you can just go to YouTube and look up the City of Mountain View. And we'll be taking public comments virtually by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering meeting ID 843-5126-7142. And there's going to be a 15-second delay between the YouTube and our live streaming of the meeting. So I'm going to, again, ask for everyone's patience as we move through our virtual public comment period. And it's going to be for every item that we're taking public comment on tonight. So thank you again for your understanding, but we just want to make sure that everyone is heard and we didn't want to have to cancel our meeting. So we're going to move on to item 3. Please note, this is a presentation only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after our presentation item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. It's happening right here to my left. And we're going to move on to item 3.1, which is our Stein's Beer Garden founder Ted Kim proclamation. We're happy to be joined this evening by Ted Kim, founder of Stein's Beer Garden, to accept this proclamation. So, and I think Ted brought his family, so if you'd like to bring your family, you're welcome to come on down to the lectern. Great. Before we get going, did you want to introduce your family? Okay.
This is my wife, Kathy, our daughters, Zara and Zia.
Thank you. I'm so glad you could all make it. So we're just going to present the proclamation. And it reads, whereas Ted Kim, the visionary founder and owner of Stein's Beer Garden, has become a cornerstone of our downtown Mountain View's dining and social scene for over a decade, opening its doors in 2013. Stein's quickly became a beloved gathering place, blending a modern take on the traditional beer garden with a curated selection of craft beers and elevated comfort food. Beyond his success as a restaurateur, Ted played a key role in bringing the spirit of Oktoberfest to Mountain View, co-producing the annual Mountain View Oktoberfest in partnership with local businesses and organizations. His leadership helped grow the event into a major community tradition, attracting thousands of visitors each year to celebrate Bavarian culture with authentic food, music, and of course, world-class beer. And whereas as Stein's Beer Garden enters a new chapter under new ownership, we recognize and honor Ted's lasting contributions to Mountain View, fostering connections, supporting local events, and enriching the city's culinary and cultural landscape. His dedication to quality, hospitality, and community building leaves an enduring legacy that will continue to shape the experiences at Stein's for years to come. Now, therefore, I, Ellen Kamei, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby thank Ted Kim and his family for his vision, leadership, and commitment, and wish him great success in what lies ahead. And before I give this to you, I have this like app that does, memories, and it was almost 4 years ago that you, with a bunch of other businesses, did the dining out for API during our COVID-19 pandemic, which was aimed at combating discrimination during the pandemic and encouraging people to go to our Asian American, Pacific Islander, Native Hawaiian owned restaurants in Mountain View, with all of the proceeds going to nonprofit. So thank you for that as well. So would you like to say a few words?
Sure. This is great. Actually, the last time I was here was 13 years ago, when we were just starting and very different circumstances. So it's very poetic that we're finishing here. It's been great. The city is amazing. This community is amazing. I think wanted to initially just open a restaurant, and I love beer and I love food and I love just gatherings, and it's turned into something so much more. And when we first announced that we were closing, the outpouring of support that we've had from the community has just blown my mind. So very thankful, very sad to be leaving, but also grateful and glad that we've been able to be a part of this community for so long. So thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Neat. Thank you. Would any member of the council like to say a few words? Okay. Would any, now we're going to take public comment for the presentation item. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the presentation item listed on the agenda? If so, please click your raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card. And I see Peter Katz, so each speaker will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I noticed that Ted was making a beeline for the exit here, but I'm so glad you stayed. I could easily use up 3 minutes just saying how much Steins has meant to the community, but I'll keep it shorter and just say that I thought that the proclamation said it beautifully. What I just would like to add is that you've not only been lovely to all of our residents and visitors and all of that, but you've also been lovely to the business community as well. You've been a stalwart in terms of bringing more life and vitality, not just to Castro, but to the surrounding area as well. You've provided benefits to a lot of our businesses in terms of the community organizations and the just all that you've done for the community. And so on behalf of all of us, thank you so much for 13 amazing years. And we do hope you'll stay in touch. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And I think now that concludes this item. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any raised hands in Zoom. Wonderful. So we will move on to item 4, which is our consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. If an item is pulled from the consent calendar, it will be considered separately following approval of the balance of the consent calendar. If you would like to speak on these items or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? I see Councilmember McAllister.
I would just like to make a comment on 4.2 and 4.5.
Okay. I think if they're just comments, you can do so now.
Okay. 4.2 is about the ambulance. City of Mountain View is going to start providing ambulance service of our own to our community, which will increase efficiency and make people feel a little safer. The reason I bring this up is back in 2012, 13, something, Chief Wardell was looking at this with the other chiefs down at this California League of Cities conference down in Long Beach, and we were discussing it because these cities were able to collect reimbursement for their services they provide. And I said, wouldn't this be great for the city of Mountain View? And well, today things do move a little slow in public government, but we are at that point. So we are going to be able to have this service that will definitely make life better for our health, response time better, consistency better, keeping fire engines in duty the whole time. And so I'm glad that we are doing this. And I think we're starting with one engine, but who knows what will happen as we move along and people do it. Palo Alto has their own ambulance. Other cities have that too, and they all say it's a great service. So again, thank you for the chief and for the city manager and the staff to get this going together, because I think it's a great beverage, yeah, need one. It's a great benefit to the city, and I look forward to do it right along with one of these days. Thank you. And then 4.5. Okay, 4.5. I pulled this one for the council. I've been always concerned about the use of consultants. We seem to be using consultants since I've been gone for a while. And when I was looking at the fees for 4.5, there was a consultant service, there was a city project manager's fee, there's a city administration fee. And then the reason I was concerned is, why are we using so many? And this goes back to when we start looking at our projects, our CIP projects. And I'm going to quote what the staff wrote. The use of consultants for design is standard practice. The model that the city uses for this capital improvement team is that they are project managers and not technical design. Due to the large capital improvement program workload, including the 243 CIP projects managed by Public Works, the use of consultants to perform technical components is required for staff to deliver on-time projects. And I was hoping that and somewhere down the line, as we hopefully reduce some of all these projects, that our staff will be able to pick up that expertise and technical experience, and we can reduce the funding and get things done more efficiently. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
I too just have some comments. And I want to add on a little bit to what my colleague, Councilmember McAllister said. Another thing I think about the ambulance service that I wanted to check on is that from the point of view of those of us who might need it, how's it going to look in terms of billing? And basically, it's not going to look any different. And I think that's really important. So, you won't, if you've ever had to have an ambulance come, they come, they take care of you. They don't ask you a lot of questions about insurance, any of that. They take care of you and they take you to the hospital. And that will be what happens in the future. And I think it's really good to know that, because, medical, at one time or another, we all need these services, or someone we love does. So then I also wanted to mention a couple of other things that are on the consent calendar tonight that are related to the fire department. One is the mandatory fire inspection report. Of course, we know that the fire department goes out and fights fires, and we know that they do a lot of medical response. But another thing that they do is they inspect all of the multifamily homes and schools in our jurisdiction. And it's a lot of them. So this report was to publicly state that they have completed that round for this year. And I think just with the idea that things that get measured and reported get done, this is very important. So thank you, Chief Diaz, for overseeing that and for it getting done and for letting us know. And then another thing I wanted to talk about is 4.7, which is the reimbursement for mutual aid. The fire department, besides fighting fires here in Mountain View, gets called to assist other places, particularly in wildfires. And the state has a system set up so that we get reimbursed for the time and materials that are associated with that mutual aid. And so I think it's important to realize that this mutual system exists. It exists for the, for the benefit of all of us and all Californians. And this item tonight is we're accepting a reimbursement from the state of California for services that our fire department offered during the park fire. And also, I just want to I know that the whole council, we're profoundly thankful and proud of our firefighters for the service they give. Then I want to move on to Public Works. Public Works is another thing that sometimes it's the unsung hero around, and but there's a tremendous amount of work that Public Works does in a city government. And a couple of the items I wanted to bring to your attention tonight are the Shoreline PVC landfill header replacement. Shoreline Park is underlain by a closed landfill. And but landfills need long-term O&M. So because decaying garbage produces methane, which is a powerful greenhouse gas, and it's also very corrosive. So it's really important that the city takes care of this facility, and that's what this item is about, is okaying funding to do that. And then another thing we all care about is pavement maintenance of our streets. I know when I was on the campaign trail last year, the number one thing I heard about was the paving of El Camino Real and when was it going to happen? And well, that's a state route, so we didn't have as much control over that as we would have liked, but it did happen, which is great. But anyway, every year Mountain View has a series of roads that we repave or provide slurry seals to or add safety features to, and that's what this other item about. So with that, I'd just like to thank Public Works for all that work. Should I go ahead and read this stuff now? Okay. Do you have to do public?
Yeah, let me do the public comment now. Thank you. Okay. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on these items? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first if we have any, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. This is for the consent calendar.
For the consent calendar, I was here for another item that I'm going to speak on later in public comment, but I wasn't aware of Mountain View initiating their own ambulance service. It's very opportune. My name is Mike Rogers. I'm also the vice chair of the County Health Advisory Commission, and part of our role is to actually administer. One of our members administers the Emergency Medicine Commission. So I'm very aware of this. What's been the county has really been struggling to meet compliance on ambulance times and deliveries patients to hospitals. So it's very opportune for Mountain View to take this step forward. Mountain View is a leader in, for example, El Camino Hospital in stroke management by getting people to the hospital with strokes in under 5 minutes, really changing the outcomes. So very opportune. I wasn't even aware of this until John McAllister brought it up. So because the county is still struggling, we're still struggling because of staffing, training, contracts with the major providers, AMR, et cetera, that they're now negotiating a new long-term contract. So good luck to you. Thanks for doing that.
Great, thank you. Any other public comment in person? All right, I am not seeing any virtually, so I will bring the item back for a motion. And note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include the reading, the title of the resolutions attached to the consent calendar items 4.2 and 4.3. Councilmember Showalter.
All right, I would like to move passage of the entire consent calendar. Item 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to adopt ambulance billing and user fees to be used by the Mountain View Fire Department for advanced life support emergency ambulance transportation services. Further reading waived. Item 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View acknowledging receipt of a report made by the Mountain View Fire Chief regarding the annual inspection of certain occupancies pursuant to sections 13146-2 and 13146.3 of the California Health and Safety Code to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Showalter, seconded by Councilmember Hicks. Let's vote. Great, and that motion passes unanimously. So we'll move on to item 5, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you'd like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit your blue speaker card to the city clerk. We are going to start with in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and we have Mike Rogers.
For pulling that up. Actually, could you skip to the next one? Here's a diagram I've submitted to the city several times on pickleball and tennis. Former president of the Mountain View Tennis Club. I've started the net game program. I started the tennis advisory board about 20 years ago to help guide the city to continue the legacy community model that was really a foundation of Mountain View's recreation traditions. Many of the other programs in nearby cities were started as adjuncts. They came to us for help decades ago. But I wanted to talk to the work plan specifically, and the item that Pat had brought forward, Councilman Showalter, and had been discussed last time. Scope is important, and that's why I kind of used a lot of hyperbole in an email after the initial meeting on that. And I realized this is not an agenda tonight, but I've coordinated meetings between the head of the Pickleball Association and Mountain View Tennis Club in recent weeks, and we're in strong agreement. We need to see this, figure out how to move forward faster and provide adequate services and capabilities of facilities. I think this proposal will be less than $2 million, which is half of what the current plan is going on the capital side that went through the Parks and Recs Commission. Now, there are other issues with that, but scope is important here. Mountain View is way behind Sunnyvale and the city of Palo Alto, who built things peripheral to their existing facilities, didn't cannibalize major community center to do so, and have 15 and 16 courts respectively that are being well utilized. We have hundreds of people waiting for pickleball courts. I don't play pickleball, but I love the fact that it's just as social, just as much exercise, and we need to figure out how to support both these communities moving forward. Thanks for your time and attention. I appreciate the emails I did get back after the last council meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next in person is Ida Rose Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor Kamei and City Council. I'm Ida Rose Sylvester, and tonight I'm representing Together We Will, an organization I founded in 2016. We uplift people in community action, and our 3,400 members have become politically engaged and more engaged and connected to their community through our work. Next slide, please. On Saturday, we held an event that we called Hands Off Mountain View, tied to a global movement of 5.2 million people at 1,600 events with the purpose of protecting democratic values in our nation. We partnered with Lenny Siegel of Mountain View Voices for Peace and Justice and Sally Lieber. Between a march that went down from San Antonio to Grant Road along El Camino and a rally that we held at Gateway Park, we estimated that we had a minimum of 3,000 people and much more likely above 4,000 people in attendance. We had people of all ages, from babies in arms to people in their 90s. People of all backgrounds, races, and ethnicities stood together and stood up for each other. For most of the march, we were an impressive line of 1 mile to 1.5 miles of people stretched as far as you could see, with people also and unexpectedly lining El Camino to cheer us on, hand us drinks. And we also had a tremendous number of people drive by. We didn't have a single person flip us off. We had high fives, horn honks, people rolling down the window, yelling, "Way to go." It was wonderful. The crowd was joyous, peaceful, and very, very safe. We built community, created friendships, and people stood up and said, the people of Mountain View stand up for each other and for our rights. It was a wonderful moment for that. Mountain View is a very diverse community, and we know that not everyone is aligned with what we did, but we want you to know we all love America too, just as much as you do. And we are here mostly to build community with each other, and we hope you can join us too and learn what we do. I would be remiss if I didn't thank Mountain View Police Department. Thank you very much for your partnership from the start of our event and for keeping us incredibly safe. I'd also like to thank Mountain View Fire Department for incredibly rapid response when we had a couple minor medical emergencies due to the heat. So thank you so much. We couldn't have done it and couldn't have done it well without you. I'm grateful to all of our attendees, our volunteers, photographers, and press. It takes a literal village to pull off an event of thousands of people like this. Also, I want to point out that after the event, literally hundreds and hundreds of people streamed downtown to get food and to go shopping. I saw people downtown for more than 2 to 3 hours after the event was over, having a great time, enjoying our downtown. So we didn't just do good for building community, we actually did great economic.
Thank you. Thank you. It's 3 minutes are up. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. I am not seeing any hands for virtual public comment. And good news is that there's no longer a delay. So that's good. So we will close oral communication and move on to item 6, which is our public hearings. First, we have item 6.1, our residential addition to a historic structure at 415 Bush Street. Do any council members have disclosures to make? Okay, I'm not seeing any council members, so staff is making their way down. Principal Planner Diana Pancholi will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. And you can also raise your hand in Zoom.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Diana Pancholi, Principal Planner with the city's Planning Division, and I am joined here tonight by Assistant Planner and Project Manager Madeline Fall. The item in front of you tonight is a residential addition to a historic structure at 415 Bush Street. The 0.17-acre project site is located at the northeast corner of the intersection between Bush Street and Velarde Street. The site is currently developed with an existing 2-story historic single-family residence. The general plan designation is low-density residential, and the site is located in the R1 zoning district. The surrounding uses are 1 to 2-story single-family and multifamily residential uses. To provide some background, the city retained a historic consultant, Page and Turnbull, as part of the ongoing work to update the city's historic preservation ordinance. This included citywide survey of historic resources. For this site, Page and Turnbull prepared a historic resource assessment, or HRA, for the property, confirming the eligibility of the existing single-family home for the state and national registers under the criterion C-3 as an excellent local example of Tudor revival architecture. The project is before the council tonight. As the city code requires, properties that are eligible to the state and national historic registers to be reviewed by the city council to determine substantial compliance with the U.S. Secretary of Interior standards, or SOIS, for the treatment of historic properties. As mentioned above, the city is currently working on updating the Historic Preservation Ordinance, which will take into consideration how minor modifications which have no impact on the historic significance of a structure may be reviewed and approved in the future. City Council could consider removing the council review requirements for such small single-family residential additions as a policy change as part of this ordinance update and as part of other efforts to the update to the city code. Staff is targeting bringing back the historic preservation ordinance to the City Council for further direction in Q4 of 2025 and for ordinance adoption in Q1 or Q2 of 2026. A little bit about the scope of the project. The project consists of a request for a historic preservation permit to allow 136 square feet addition to an existing single-family residence. The proposed addition is located east of the existing structure along Velarde Street, where the 136 square foot ground floor addition will allow for an expansion of the existing kitchen. For projects involving historic buildings, one of the 4 sets of standards is selected from the Secretary of Interior Standards. Given the scope of the project, the standards for rehabilitations were selected for this project. These standards allow changes to the building while ensuring its historic character is retained. Review of the applicant submitted SOIS compliance analysis memo concludes that the proposed project would not result in an adverse change to the historic resource and minimizes impacts to the physical characteristics of the historic resource that conveys its historic character. The design of the proposed addition is complementary to the existing structure. The addition features materials and detailing that matches the building's historic character, such as the proposed stucco finish, window frame details, and horizontal wood siding at the gable end. The addition also has a standing seam metal roof, which will differentiate the addition from the existing structure. The addition is differentiated from the historic residence using a standing seam metal roof. The addition is complementary to the structure in terms of scale and materials, and the project minimizes the removal of historic features to 2 windows and a set of non-original French doors. In their existing condition, these features are screened such that the change will be minimally visible from the public right-of-way. All other features contributing to the Tudor revival style, such as the wood shake roofing, curved barge board, and exterior cladding with a half timber and lightly textured stucco finish, will be retained. In conclusion, the project has been designed in compliance with the standard for rehabilitation, allowing the residents to continue to express its historic character and Tudor revival architectural style while accommodating the small addition. And for these reasons, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution approving a historic preservation permit pursuant to the conditions of approval attached to the council report and find that this project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15331, the Historic Resource Restoration and Rehabilitation. This concludes staff presentation. City staff, including Community Development Director Murdoch, is present here tonight for any questions. The project applicant is also here tonight and has a brief statement for the City Council. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll now hear from the property owner, Brad Bettman, and the architect, Robert Bryant.
All right, I can be very brief. My name is Brad Bettman. My wife Kathy and I chose to move to Mountain View 45 years ago. We've lived in our current neighborhood, in fact, in our current block for 42 years, and in the current house for 35. We're doing this remodel so that we can continue to spend our future in the house. It's been 34 years since we last remodeled our kitchen, and it needed a refresh. But as we were starting to plan, we realized we needed to eliminate the daily trips up and down our stairs to our basement to access the laundry and freezer and pantry storage that's down there. But to bring all those items up, we needed more space. And so we decided to push out one wall of our kitchen to create that space. And we settled on a layout that gives us that space, but does not severely impact our yard and create problems there. Once complete, our addition will give us the added space, eliminate the trips carrying loads up and down the stairs, and also provide us some gathering and informal dining area. It will create a greater definition of our side yard facing Velarde, and it'll give us increased privacy in our backyard. And we are making every effort to make sure all the design, the materials and finishes will blend perfectly with the existing house. That's all I have. Any questions?
Did you want your architect to speak or no?
If you'd like.
It's all right. He was listed, so I just wasn't
Okay.
sure if you needed.
If you have questions for him.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Robert Bryant. I think that what you've seen so far is relatively self-explanatory, but I'm here to answer any questions if you have any. Otherwise, we'll hope that there's no issues.
Okay. I think that council members have some questions. So do any members of council have questions? Okay, great. Councilmember Hicks.
I just wanted to know whether the process was relatively straightforward and easy to get through. It seems like it's I've worked in historic preservation in the past. It seems like you're doing good with the community, but I just wanted to know, was it relatively good to get through?
I think it can be, and I think it will be streamlined.
Okay, great. And I just want to know, did you make the kitchen all electric? That's another thing that we work on.
Yes.
Okay, great. Given that, I realize that we have a motion coming, but I do have a comment after when we move from questions to comments.
Sure. Well, it looks like we have a motion waiting for a second, but we need to open it up for public comment. So, all right. Do any other colleagues thank you very much. Do any other colleagues have questions? All right. So would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. I am not seeing any people for virtual or in-person comment. So I'll bring it back to council for deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. Councilmember Hicks.
So this is my comments are, this is clearly a relatively small project. But I just wanted to comment that I think it's a great example of the way that historic preservation can blend with a number of other city goals. So if you look at the plan for the project, the yard also has an ADU, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what it said, which I don't think was a part of this project. But I want to show the community and council members and anyone else who's listening that historic preservation projects often keep housing units smaller, leave room for an ADU, so an additional unit. Also often give you the opportunity to electrify, thus helping to meet our decarbonization goals and turning what would be one unit. If you hadn't done historic preservation, you might have done a monster home, which would be one unit instead of, in this way, there are more housing units created. And it's a way of, without displacement, while meeting our decarbonization goals and our housing goals all at the same time. So this is a good example of that. I think in the future, hopefully, the process can be streamlined. Maybe it doesn't even have to come to council, but I'm glad that we have this model available for people to see.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Brad, why? That's $200 and some thousand to add 137 square feet. That is a hell of a commitment to the city of Mountain View, or you use commitment in another way. But yes, I was quite impressed because I'm doing a remodel and paying $1,700 a square foot is impressive enough. But to go through the time, the energy, the staff, put all that thing, I sort of agree somewhat with Councilmember Hicks that small, just go, hey, just do it, but it's, I hope you enjoy it. And it's probably going to take you another 35 years to recover your money on that one. So, but thank you. And yes, hopefully it will.
Great. Thank you. Vice Mayor Ramos.
I'm kind of sad that it does have to go all the way to council to go through this process. I hope that it eventually does become more streamlined and easier. I think about how my mom is renovating her kitchen right now, or she's been wanting to renovate her kitchen for since 2016, and it's just been a fun time for her. But it was also it's a way for you to make it your forever home. to continue making it forever home as she's getting older and she can't reach certain things anymore. She can't lift certain things anymore to make it her own. So I'm glad that you can maintain the historic elements of your home and make it through this process. Please let us know what barriers you face in this process, as we obviously we are undertaking our historic preservation policies right now. And I hope you enjoy your forever home.
Great. Sorry, we have.
Oh, we can't.
I think. Sorry, so we're in the deliberation now. So it's we're. Thank you. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so for the public watching in who are not in the room, property owner said they did not know that they lived in a historic home, but okay. Any other comments on the motion on the floor? All right, if not, Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I would just also like to comment. We remodeled our kitchen, but actually it turned out to be 80% of our house about 35 years ago. And just yesterday, we got a new oven and microwave installed and we're changing out all the appliances because they've just worn out. So I can really, I sort of feel your pain, except fortunately, we don't have to remodel the kitchen. We will have to repaint, however, the new appliances really make the cabinets look very dingy. So we're gonna have to work on that. But anyway, we all are admiring the work you're doing. Thank you so much for taking care of your property. And we would like to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a historic preservation permit to construct a one-story, 136 square foot addition to an existing two-story, 1340 square foot historic single-family residence on a 0.17 acre site located at 415 Bush Street, APN 158-30-020, and finding that the project is categorically exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15331, Historic Residence Restoration Rehabilitation, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Great, so we have a motion by Councilmember Showalter, seconded by Councilmember Hicks. Let's vote. Okay, and that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to item 6.2, which is our residential development project at 294-296 Tyrella Avenue, our builder's remedy. Do any council members have disclosures to make? Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I visited the property and I met with the developer on the telephone this afternoon.
Okay, great. Any other disclosures? All right. Vice Mayor Ramos.
I met with the developer a little over a year ago, but nothing really since then.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'll disclose I visited the location. All right. Principal Planner Diana Pancholi will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. And we'll turn it over to staff. Sorry about that.
Good evening, Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos, council members. I'm Selena Chen with the City Attorney's Office. I'm going to provide a brief overview of the legal background and the parameters that apply to the proposed project at 294-296 Tyrella Avenue. First of all, the proposed project is a housing development project under the Housing Accountability Act, which is found in Government Code Section 65589.5. The stated intent of that law is to significantly increase the approval and construction of new housing for all economic segments of California's communities by meaningfully and effectively curbing the capability of local governments to deny, reduce the density for, or render infeasible housing development projects. And I've included the stated policy of the law, which is that it be interpreted and implemented in a manner to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and the approval and provision of housing. Next slide, please. The proposed project is also a builder's remedy project. So you may ask, what is builder's remedy? The builder's remedy is a provision of the Housing Accountability Act. And I'll start with two caveats. First, builder's remedy is an evolving area of the law. There is no definitive guidance from the courts on these provisions. And the second caveat is that the builder's remedies provisions were recently amended by AB 1893, which allows applicants to choose whether to be subject to any or all of the new provisions of law that went into effect on January 1st, or be subject to the laws that were in effect when the preliminary applications were submitted. This applicant has chosen to be subject to the law in effect in 2024 when his preliminary application was submitted. Under that law, the project qualifies as a builder's remedy project because the preliminary application was submitted before the city adopted a substantially compliant housing element. There was about a 4-month period during which we did not have one. And at least 20% of the total units will be sold or rented to lower income households. What does that mean? Under the law, the HAA limits a city's ability to deny or condition approval of this project in a manner that renders the project infeasible for affordable housing development. And then the builder's remedy provisions of the HAA prohibit the city from denying or conditioning approval based on inconsistency with the zoning ordinance or the general plan land use designation. Next slide, please. You may ask what local control remains. The city can apply objective, quantifiable written development standards that do not result in a reduction of the proposed density and do not render the project infeasible. The city may impose fees and exactions that are otherwise authorized by law, and the city must comply with CEQA. Next slide, please. So as previously stated, there is no definitive guidance from the courts on the builder's remedy provisions of the HAA. However, we do have recent legal guidance from the Court of Appeal that supports a premise that local control has not been abrogated by the Housing Accountability Act. This slide includes a quote from a recent Court of Appeal decision interpreting the HAA. And the court in that decision stated, we recognize the HAA's stated policy that it should be interpreted and implemented in a manner to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and the approval and provision of housing. But compliance with the HAA does not mean that every proposed project must be approved or that maximum allowable density must be allowed at every site. These arguments highlight the tensions inherent in the legislature's efforts to solve a statewide problem that lies within a realm typically controlled by local authorities. So I'll conclude my presentation by just acknowledging that even the courts are realizing there is a lot of some discord between the legislature trying to regulate this area and the city's inherent authority under the California Constitution and state law to regulate land use within the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good evening again, Mayor and members of the council. Diana Pancholi, Principal Planner with the city's Planning Division. And now I'm joined by Krisha Pinoler. She's a Senior Planner and the Project Manager for this project. This project does qualify as a builder's remedy project. So the half-acre project site is located on the southwest corner of Tyrella Avenue and Middlefield Road. The site is currently developed with one single-family residence. The general plan designation is medium-high density residential, and the zoning is R3-1, which is multiple family zoning district. The surrounding uses include two-story condominium developments to the north and west of the site, a single-story multifamily site to the south, and single-story single-family residence to the east. This project is requesting a development review permit to construct a 7-story, 80-unit residential condominium development with 3 levels of parking, replacing one single-family residence on site. The proposal includes 20% affordable units for lower income households, fulfilling the builder's remedy criteria. The project also includes a request for heritage tree removal permit to remove and replace 6 heritage trees and a tentative map to create 80 condominium units on a single lot. This is the proposed project site plan that includes street frontages along Middlefield Road and Tyrella Avenue, vehicular access to the at-grade parking garage, and primary access to the main lobby is located off of Tyrella Avenue. The proposed ground floor plan primarily includes parking and main entry lobby located on the northeast corner of the building, a single ground floor unit at the southwest corner, and a trash room fronting Tyrella Avenue. The proposed multifamily residential use is consistent with the general plan, medium-high density residential designation, and R3-1 zoning district. The project as proposed meets some development standards in the zoning district, but does not comply with all the standards. However, pursuant to the builder's remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, the city may not disapprove the project based on the project's non-compliance with these standards. In terms of design, the project architecture is a contemporary design with materials such as stucco, lap siding, glass railing, steel accents, and fabric awnings. The building design includes balconies to provide articulation and help break up the building mass. The project includes approximately 20,000 square feet of open area and landscaping, including the ground level landscaping and pedestrian pathways, private decks, and around 11,000 square foot of roof deck above the 7th floor. The project meets the open area landscaping requirement of the R3 zoning district, but does not meet the private open space requirement, as not all the units have private open space. The applicant has indicated that it is not feasible for the project design to include private decks for each individual units. The landscape plan utilizes a number of low water use and native plants through which the applicant intends to meet the City Council's 75% native landscaping goal. However, some revisions are needed to the landscape design, as some species were erroneously listed as native plants but are non-native plants indeed. In terms of the tree proposal, the project site currently contains 16 trees, including 8 heritage trees and 8 non-heritage trees. 6 of the heritage trees are slated for removal due to their location within the building footprint, which makes preservation impossible without compromising the project design. To mitigate the loss of these trees, the applicant will be planting 17 new trees across the site at 2.8:1 replacement ratio for heritage trees. The applicant worked with their arborist to study relocation of on-site trees, but because of the size and the age of the trees, they were determined unsuitable for transplanting. The affordable housing component of the project includes 20% of the total units for lower income households. This exceeds the city's 15% BMR housing requirement and qualifies the project for builder's remedy. The proposed 20% equates to 16 units at 80% AMI. City's BMR ordinance requires affordable units to be reasonably dispersed through the project and have a proportionate distribution of units by number of bedrooms to the market rate units. The BMR units for the project include 16 studio units. This does not align with the city's requirement. However, as a builder's remedy project, city staff recommends approval of the project as currently proposed, notwithstanding its non-compliance with the proportionality requirement for the BMR units. In addition, under the builder's remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, the applicant must provide sufficient legal commitments to ensure that all the affordable units remain affordable for a minimum of 30 years and that is being proposed here. There is one single-family dwelling unit on the property. The city's tenant relocation assistance ordinance applies to sites with more than 2 units, so the project is not subject to the tenant relocation ordinance requirements. Additionally, the existing tenant is not considered a low or a very low income household and therefore not subject to the SB 330 requirements either. In terms of parking and transportation, the project is required to provide 150 parking spaces for residential parking and 23 guest parking spaces per the city's parking code. The project is proposing 83 vehicular parking spaces on site and does not meet the city's minimum parking requirements. Pursuant to the Builder's Remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, the city may not disapprove the project based on the project's non-compliance with these city standards. Additionally, typical project review of this scale includes preparation of a multimodal transportation analysis to determine the local level project impacts, including bicycle, pedestrian, and vehicular movements. An MTA study was prepared and changes to the on-site circulation have been made, such as removal of the driveway entrance off of the Middlefield Road, removal of a secondary service driveway on Tyrella Avenue, and adding loading spaces on site. However, the MTA indicated that the applicant paid their fair share costs of a pedestrian hybrid beacon and crosswalks across Middlefield Road due to the increased pedestrian activity. But this is not imposed due to the applicability of the Builder's Remedy provisions. The project is proposing to replace damaged curb gutter and sidewalk along the project frontages, and projects typically dedicate frontage for public utility easement and require undergrounding of the overhead utility lines. Since the undergrounding would require undergrounding across Middlefield Road, the city is not pursuing this requirement due to the cost and the applicability of the Builder's Remedy. In terms of environmental review, the project is determined to be categorically exempt per California Environmental Quality Act Section 15332 infill development. The project is determined to be consistent with the city's vehicle miles travel policy and have a less than significant VMT impact. Typically, development projects of such scale and scope are encouraged to conduct a neighborhood meeting to gather community input during the project review phase. Although staff strongly encouraged applicants to host a neighborhood meeting to engage with the community, the applicant has declined to conduct a meeting for this project. Similarly, the applicants declined to attend a design review consultation meeting, DRC meeting, to discuss the project design. These meetings are not mandatory, but applicants typically participate as a way to get design feedback from the staff and also from the community. The zoning administrator and the subdivision committee reviewed this project at a joint public meeting on March 12, 2025, where 13 members of the public commented on the project as detailed in the staff report. At this meeting, the zoning administrator recommended the city council to conditionally approve the project per the conditions of approval attached to the staff report and in the draft project resolution. Following the joint zoning administrator and subdivision committee meeting, staff continued project review and recommend certain deletions, revisions, and additions to the conditions of approval in a good faith effort to reduce financial constraints on housing development projects for lower income households. The condition modifications are further discussed in the staff report and also included in the draft project resolution, which was attached in the council agenda. Upon further requests from the applicant, staff is proposing 2 additional modifications to the published project conditions attached to that are being shown on the slide here and also presented to the council members as a desk item. These relate to the modification to condition of approval number 64 and adding a new condition, modification to condition of approval number 64 for the building codes, and adding a new condition of approval for Mountain View local amendments to the project resolution. In conclusion, the project is found to be consistent with some of the development standards, achieves general plan and housing element goals by increasing market rate and affordable housing opportunities in the city, and helps meet city's regional housing needs allocation. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution conditionally approving the development review permit, the tentative map, the heritage tree removal permit pursuant to the conditions of approval for the Builder's Remedy project attached to the staff report in the draft resolution, along with the two modifications that are being shown, that were shown on the slides previously and previously discussed. And this concludes staff presentation. City staff, along with the Community Development Director, Christian Murdoch, and is present here tonight for any questions from council. And the applicant is also present here tonight and has a brief presentation for council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, staff. We'll now have a presentation from the applicant. Please introduce yourself prior to the presentation. And you'll see the timer right here.
Hi, I'm Forrest Landberger for the applicant. Thank you, Mayor Kamei and City Council members. It's Kamei, sorry about that. And thank you, staff. Many projects that come before you tear down as many units as they put up, displacing low-income housing for richer housing. This project is a rare one that is only removing one housing unit, and it is not a low-income housing unit. We're providing 80 new units and 20% affordable with no displacement of any low-income units, and only one tenant being displaced at all. Next slide. Contrary to staff's presentation, we met with approximately 28 neighbors on April 24th, 2023, and we shared plans with those neighbors. And I was going to briefly share the feedback we got from them. Primarily, the feedback was decrease the density, increase the parking, and remove the low-income units. Next slide. We did end up reducing the project size by 6% to 80 units. And we also implemented a number of transportation management programs, a lot of them unique and fascinating, although I won't have time to go into them tonight, and staff did not cover them either. We did not feel it was appropriate to reduce the percentage of low-income units. Next slide. But in short, these are showing some of the transportation management strategies we utilized, but these tend to reduce car ownership, which reduces the parking requirements, also reduces traffic, and reduces air pollution. And that's all I'll be able to say on it right now. Thank you. Next slide. We also had a second meeting with a small group of neighbors just in November. I don't want to really go over that because of time constraints. So next slide. So the project provides 20% low-income housing. It's reserved for households earning 80% or less of AMI. The city requirements are only 4 low-income housing units for a similar project and 8 moderate income units, which is a much easier standard to meet. The cost of the additional percentage and the deeper income levels required for this project qualify it as a low-income housing project, and that also gives us additional benefits and protections against local code requirements. Because of the cost burden of meeting these extended one, and in the Builder's Remedy staff, I think, did a pretty good job of going over that. But it also makes some of the city's additional requirements infeasible. Next slide. Of the city's over 200 conditions, we're only having an issue with 4 of those conditions to make this project feasible. There's 4 conditions that make this project infeasible. I think you guys have letters from YIMBY Law and Cal HCF, which are probably the two most muscular nonprofit housing advocacy groups, also saying the same thing. I'm not quite sure why staff is holding on to these issues. I'm going to try to go into them as much as I can right now. You don't give me a lot of time to do that, but but I first want to point out the areas that staff and I agree is your staff report says, and I think we went over in the presentation, that the city must afford the fullest possible weight in the interest of approval and the provision of housing, the fullest possible weight. And also in the staff report, it mentions that the city cannot condition a low-income project in a manner that makes it infeasible. These 4 conditions make it infeasible. Why would you try to why would you try to impose those 4 conditions? I can't understand it. Out of 200, it's just 4. So I urge you to look at these more carefully. It's just 4 conditions, and I'm going to try to go over them right now. I've got 2 more minutes. The project conditions that we're having an issue with are from the project conditions, which is attachment 1 to your packet. It's the permit expiration condition, and the condition 61, the BMR unit, continued affordability condition, the condition number 64, the building code condition, which I see staff is recommending a change, although I have not seen that change. And I just saw it just briefly for the first time right now. And also condition 17 from the MAP conditions, which is another permit expiration conditions. We have suggested alternate language for those that makes the project feasible. And what you have to realize is a project like this is a for-profit project with 20% affordable. The margins are razor thin. Financing in these uncertain times, to start with the time conditions, the 17 from the MAP conditions and the number 1 from the project conditions. We have razor thin margins. To get financing, to have the right economic conditions to build this, we need more time than 2 years. 2 years is not enough time to do it. It's not even legal under the PSA, which is where staff and we disagree. And it's illegal, obviously, if it makes the project infeasible. So I urge you to look at those conditions. I did not see those in the staff's revisions. We've got razor thin margins on a project like this. We are in uncertain economic times. The cost of labor is very, very high right now. The interest rates are historically very, very high. And we have a lot of uncertainty right now in the financial markets. It takes more time. In addition, we see projects do not always come before City Council for extensions. I hear from staff that, oh, every project that asks for an extension gets it. But we actually see that that is not the case. I have a developer that I know who.
Great, thank you. All right, now we'll move on to council questions. Does any member of the council have any questions for staff or the applicant? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 questions for the applicant and then a few for staff. So I wanted to clarify first, thank you for the presentation. There was some new information. I wasn't aware that you were proposing a market and availability of hot food. Is that available to the public or is that accessible? How does that work?
Very good question. In the proposal, it's available only to residents, but I hear that that was a concession to the city. We actually wanted to make it available to the public, but I heard there's increasing appetite. We would prefer to have it open to the public. But right now, in the current proposal, it is open to residents and their guests, although I think it would be smart to make it open to the public.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And then the other question, I wanted to better understand what you mean by financial feasibility and how you define that and how the conditions render the project financially infeasible.
Sure. Well, I think I was just explaining when I got cut off there about the timing for projects. So we have to get financing for a project. We have razor thin margins. We have high building costs. Everybody knows that. We have high interest rates. I think we're all familiar with how high interest rates are now. It's going to take time to get this project through. We do not have financing available right now. And to limit it to a two-year time period not only violates the PSA, but it makes the project infeasible. We can't get it done in that amount of time. And it's from today's date, not from the date that the PSA requires, which is when all of the project plans have been approved and all of the other approvals have been done.
Okay. I think I understand. Thank you.
But there also are other conditions that make it infeasible. If I can continue, that's just the two.
I think that was the primary one that you elevated, right?
Okay.
And I don't want to take too much time. Thank you. I have a few questions for staff. So first, there's also new information in the presentation. I'm not certain I understand the applicability of the Snowball West Investments case. I was trying to do some quick research. It looks like the crux of the matter there was a mismatch between the zoning and the general plan, and the developer said, "Well, we think we should there is a rezoning exception or exemption in the Housing Accountability Act when the general plan and the zoning are mismatched." But I'm not certain how that pertains to the builder's remedy provision in the HAA, which, from my understanding, means we can't deny a project even if it's inconsistent with either or both the general plan and zoning. So, and my apologies, I went to the restroom, so I may have missed the applicability. But can you at least remind us or help me understand how this case applies in the context of the builder's remedy?
Sure, I'm happy to address that. Jennifer Logue, City Attorney for the City of Mountain View. I think that you are misunderstanding the use of the quote from the case. We were not using that case to say that it was factually identical to the current situation. We were simply taking a quote from a recent court opinion discussing the Housing Accountability Act, recognizing the tension between what the legislature is trying to accomplish in a field that has been typically regulated by local authority. And so in that case, the court just simply recognized that the Housing Accountability Act does not require that every project be approved as proposed. And with regard to, it does talk about maximum allowable densities, that would not apply to the builder's remedy part, those that are builder's remedy projects. But we were just simply citing it to say that there are courts out there that are recognizing that there is this discourse between what the state legislature is trying to accomplish and local government regulation, and that local governments still have some regulatory power. So that was the only reason why we were citing to that particular quote from that case, not at all stating that the case was factually applicable to this project.
Has any municipality or county defeated a builder's remedy project in court?
I don't know what you mean by defeated.
Has any project been killed in court? Has a project been denied and the denial upheld by a court?
I am not aware of any lawsuits in which that issue was actually argued, that there was actually a challenge to the denial of a builder's remedy project. I have reviewed cases where there are issues that have been decided where a city has said a project did not qualify as a builder's remedy project, and the court disagreed and said, no, it does qualify as a builder's remedy project. But I have not actually seen a case in which there was a denial of a builder's remedy project and that denial was challenged, and that there was an opinion, Court of Appeals opinion on that.
Okay, thank you. A couple of other very hopefully quick questions. First, can you clarify for maybe CDD the permit extension process?
Sure. So usually, thank you for the question, Councilmember Diana Pancholi, Principal Planner. So usually, staff stays in close, communication with the applicant team, telling them that this is the entitlement time period that you have, and if they need further time in order to move forward with the construction and they have been putting in good effort to coordinate with staff coming in with the building permit review. And there are some fair reasons because of which they're not able to meet the construction or start the construction in the given time. Then they come in and file for a permit extension permit with the planning division. And staff will review and go through the, all the proof that has been provided to see if we can make the findings in the code, which are pretty straightforward findings. And then we schedule that project for a public hearing, which is done at a zoning administrator level to make the recommendation for to hear and review the zoning administrator will hear the permit for the extension at the zoning administrator level.
Okay, so thank you. The council would never hear a request for a permit extension.
That is correct. Usually we have not seen in the past many years that any of such permits have been challenged to city council.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I see the city attorney in the queue.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that when you say that council would never see that, that's not totally true. I think that if it was denied at the lower level, it could be appealed. The denial of the extension could be appealed to city council. So it could end up in city council's hands.
Okay, that's a helpful clarification, but only if there were a denial. And to the best of my knowledge, there has not been a denial for a permit extension, at least since I've been observing local government. Two last questions. These both have come up in many emails from the community. The first is around vesting rights. So maybe for whomever feels prepared to answer a question about SB 330 and how rights are vested under state law when an application is submitted and deemed complete. Can staff help explain how that works and what that means?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Christian Murdoch, Community Development Director. The main vesting provision in SB 330 is related to what's called a preliminary application. And it's a simplified form of application that the legislature created through SB 330 to allow an applicant to submit a limited amount of information compared to the typical regular application process. Describing a project with limited information that is submitted to the city. It's not reviewed for completeness in the same way a regular application is. And so upon confirming that all of the statutorily required information has been provided, at the date of that application being submitted, the applicant then vests in the local regulations in effect at that time, which means if a developer, for instance, wanted to undertake a project in reliance on the zoning and general plan on that site, submits an SB 330 preliminary application, which meets the statutory requirements. The applicant is then entitled through the course of processing of that project, provided certain other requirements are met, including timely submittal of a regular application, to proceed through to a decision on the project, not subject to new regulations imposed by the city or modified regulations imposed by the city, unless the applicant chooses to be subject to those modified regulations. So for example, if the city wanted to relax a standard, for example, the applicant could choose to be subject to that new standard. But otherwise, efforts by a local agency to downzone or impose new standards that would be burdensome on a project, those cannot be applied to a project that's vested rights in other regulations under an SB 330 preliminary application.
Thank you. And the intent by the state then is to protect applicants generally from retroactive regulations that may have the effect of reducing density or maybe leading to project denial. Is that a fair assessment of the law?
I think the retroactive part, not quite, but new regulations put into effect by a jurisdiction after the SB 330 preliminary application. So retrospective, depending on your perspective, retrospective to the decision on the project perhaps, but subsequently enacted regulations after the preliminary application.
Okay, thank you. Final question. Also, a point of interest from communications from the community, and again, for whomever feels best prepared to answer. Some members of the community suggested that findings be made showing that there are substantial or significant public health and safety impacts. Can staff help us understand what types of findings may be necessary for denial on the grounds that there are public health and safety impacts?
I'll make the first effort to answer the question. There are specific terms provided in state law related to modifications or denials of projects related to unavoidable public health and safety impacts. I may not get all of them, but essentially they need to be quantifiable and unable to be mitigated in some other way in order for a denial to be sustained on that basis. It's an intentionally very high bar that the legislature set to provide an outlet in the most extreme situations for projects that absolutely cannot be constructed in a safe manner. And there's no way to mitigate the specific identifiable, quantifiable threat to public health and safety. So more general concerns about scale or intensity are insufficient as a basis to invoke that authority to deny a project. But perhaps some other issue such as, unavailable water supply, and you can quantify how much water the project would need relative to how much water a project can be served with. That's one hypothetical where perhaps that type of denial could be sustained if there was no other way to mitigate that issue by water conservation or drilling a well or some other alternative water source, for example.
Okay. And then, so could traffic be a public health and safety impact?
I think it's hard to answer that question in the abstract and in the hypothetical.
Do you think with this project we could make findings that are defensible, showing that there is a severe public health and safety impact associated with the project?
I'm not aware of any information that staff has developed to lead to that type of conclusion for this project.
Okay. Thank you for your responses. I appreciate the time. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. And I just want to clarify for the public and those joining us online, applicants in Mountain View are given 7 minutes to present. So every applicant that comes before us gets the same 7 minutes. Councilmember McAllister.
Well, thank you for 7 minutes. Okay.
No, you can take as long as you want, Councilmember.
No, let's do that. So I've been away from council for a while. This new housing element came along. New environment. When I was on council before, people were building and they were in great shape. You used the phrase feasible or infeasible, or the staff reports, it's not you, but you used it a few times. And there was a lot of things where you made comment about, well, I can't do this, can't do this, can't do this. Or it makes, not say you can't do it, just says it doesn't make it feasible and doesn't make it feasible, doesn't make it feasible. At what point do you start balancing the quality of the project versus the feasibility of the project? So a lot of times it sounds like, well, we're going to do this way. Now, you've been around a while, so you make projects that are very well received. But on this one, I keep seeing this doesn't make it feasible. So are there I wouldn't say shortcuts. What are you doing that will still leave it to the quality that you're used to, but reducing all these infeasible items that you're talking about?
Not entirely sure I understand, but you're saying, could we cheapen the construction cost in other ways and therefore make things that would otherwise be infeasible feasible? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I mean, alternatives, yeah, so that you could still keep the quality that you're used to building and not say it's not feasible.
Well, I think when we do the design, we try to bake in both a level of quality that'll last, durability and aesthetics that will make the project last and make it and increase its value. If you build a project too cheaply, you lose value, you lose rents, you lose sale price. So you've got to be managing that all of the time. The city also has I think we went through 7 reviews with the city where they were encouraging us to, increase the quality of materials. So we've got a lot of material, we do have material costs, but I don't know of a way offhand where I could say maybe cheapen the construction, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm not saying cheapen. I'm just saying there's trade-offs. So when you say things are infeasible, so example, the water meters. If you were building a condo project right from the get-go, every unit would have a water meter so that you could assess it. But in this way, you're only just going with one. is one way to make it feasible.
Correct.
Okay. But is there, I get, there has to be trade-off somewhere along the line on that. And that's why I'm saying, when you look at when you did your pro forma and you said, okay, here's what we have to work with, and then, well, this is going to affect the pro forma as we go down. How did you balance that with, we want this thing to stand, and if it does become a condo project in the 10 years, you don't want to have people coming knocking on your door so far. So what in your mind were you able to maintain the quality, but say, okay, well, we need to look at this, or is that where you came along?
You brought up a great example, single water meter. So when you lose the ability to regulate individual water meters that way, so there is a certain cost to that, but the cost of individual water metering was greater. And when we looked at that, we did find that was a way to reduce the cost, and what we lost out of that was not as high as what we gained by going to a single water meter. So I think you brought up a great example.
Okay. So you've asked for some more time. So are you, most developers I meet, they want certainty, but it sounds like there's a little bit of a gamble going on with your funding and time. And most developers haven't really been building right now because of the uncertainty of the quality of the cost, market value, and all that. Why do you feel comfortable sort of plowing ahead when a lot of other people, you have some gut feeling that this is going to work? So I was just wondering how you feel comfortable going forward when all this uncertainty about labor costs and money.
Well, I want to maximize my time to do this, because oftentimes you have to wait till the right pieces fall into place. And of course, nobody has a crystal ball on like where interest rates will be, or where housing costs will be. I think construction costs are probably just always on their way up. But under SB 330 seemed like a fair way to handle it, where with the vesting rights, where it's 2.5 years from when all of our approvals are made, including like the plans for construction. That would give us that additional time that we would need to get all of our ducks in a row. And of course, it always could be that something happens that makes a project not feasible at that time, but that would give us a little bit of runway so we could put a project together and be able to make it work. Whereas a super short time frame, like right now, is not a great, as you mentioned, it's not a great economic time to race forward with a project. So we are looking for more certainty, and we do need more time. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
And this is a sort of a antidote for you to give us. Do you lose sleep over the potential cost of lumber coming from Canada at $100 a square for?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
That's going to be one. Okay, so thank you for that. I have a question now for the city attorney. We got some last minute clarifications from the applicant's attorney and himself. Did you review those, and was there anything that's pertinent that you could share with us?
I did read the email from the applicant. I read the letter from his attorney, and then I also read a recently submitted letter from the California Housing Defense Fund. I just wanted to note, make one comment with regard to the 2.5-year period that he just referenced. That provision of the Housing Accountability Act, there is a confusion between two time periods. There's a time period in which the applicant has time to do everything that needs to be done in order to be able to obtain building permits, to submit an application for all building permits and to actually pull those permits. So there's this time period from approval, assuming tonight the project is approved, and when you get to pulling building permits. And then that 2.5-year period that he's referencing actually starts after building permits can be pulled. And that 2.5-year period actually, when you read the Housing Accountability Act, it actually provides an exception for local governments to avail themselves of if construction is not commenced within that 2.5-year period. And what it does is, after that 2.5-year period expires, we then can impose new local regulations on the project. So when he's talking about the 2.5-year period after eligibility for pulling building permits. It's just a separate time period. And this project will still have its protections, the vested rights, and not being subjected to new regulations until that 2.5-year period expires. But that has nothing to do with the 2-year period that the city provides in order to do everything that is necessary in order to pull a building permit, and then also the potential 2-year extension option that the city provides. And I also just wanted to state that some of the best evidence that we have that it's actually feasible, that this 2-year initial period plus a 2-year extension does not render a project infeasible for development, is the fact that I worked with staff and just asked in passing how many projects have gotten to the building permit stage in the last 5 years within that 4-year time period. And they were able to quickly find 7 housing development projects that were able to pull permits within that 4-year time period. And so it was feasible. And, they're prepared to discuss those 7 projects, some of which are much larger than the proposed project and others that maybe are a little bit smaller. But the fact that we've got 7 projects that have been able to go forward and pull building permits within that time period demonstrates feasibility. And so it's the statement that it's infeasible is hard to understand in that context.
Okay, thank you. I sort of understand that. And then my last question, the applicant kept referring to his project as a low-income project, but I thought the builder's remedy made it so to get the ability to do a builder's remedy, you have to have 20%. So is it an affordable unit complex or not?
You are correct. In order to qualify for builder's remedy, the project does have to propose 20% of the total number of units to be affordable units. There is a different definition in the Housing Accountability Act that talks about affordable housing, but that isn't a specific provision, and it requires a deed restriction of 55 years, and there's other requirements for it to qualify as a, quote, affordable housing project for the purposes of those provisions of the Housing Accountability Act. So again, we're talking about 2 different things. In order to qualify for builder's remedy, it does have to have 20% affordable units.
But it's not necessarily.
It's not necessarily affordable housing project, as that term is defined in certain provisions of the Housing Accountability Act.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I was glad that we got to talk a little bit this afternoon, Mr. Lineberger. And one of the things that I wanted to sort of share and maybe talk about a little bit more is one of the things you're concerned about is meeting REACH codes, meeting our building codes. And in the request that we received from you and your attorney, you didn't distinguish about what aspects of the REACH codes were problems. And they are complex. There's a number of things that are included in them. And I got the impression, and I hope it was correct, that, the reason you didn't want to meet these was purely economic. And is that the case?
Maybe in one way you could resolve everything down to economics, but for instance, the parking regulation in your REACH code or current plan does not even meet it. The project that's actually up here for approval does not actually meet the parking requirement in the REACH code, nor does it meet the natural gas requirement that it's already baked into the project, already approved up to this time, but you've got a REACH code that says it's got to be all electric. Now, I love all electric construction. I do a lot of it. I've been doing it for 2 decades. But this project, we need to use gas to keep for the economics of the project. It's already baked into the project, but you're also saying now a REACH code that
when you
says
talk about the use of gas,
we can't use it.
You were
So,
talking about the use
contradictory.
of gas for heating water. Is that correct?
Heating water and heating air.
So you were talking about water, heat, and air conditioning for the use of gas.
Right.
Okay. So, so I guess my question to you is, if we could find you the technology to do this cheaper, would you be interested in that?
Well, sure.
Okay,
we're always
That's
on
my question. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Hicks.
Thank you. So most of my questions have been answered, but maybe I'll just in one way or another, but maybe I'll make some of them quicker questions. So I hear from the applicant a fear that they can't get an extension. This question has been asked, but I just want to kind of put a point on it. In the I believe that in the number of years I've been on council, there have been no extensions denied and none have come. This is basically, I think, what you said, and none have been brought to council because of that. I just want to get us straight. Yes, is that true? They've been
That is
given.
correct.
Yes. Okay. And then the second, this is something we've been talking about too regarding the permit expiration. It looks, when I put the developers condition number 1 regarding permit expiration and the developer's suggested one, and the city's condition number 1 regarding permit expiration side by side and look at them, they look kind of like comparing apples and oranges. I'd like a clarification of whether I'm reading this wrong, because the developers asks for 2.5 years with no mention of an extension. And the city is giving 2 years plus another 2 years with extension, so 4 years. So it looks like we're giving a longer period than what the developer is asking for. And I guess that's question number 1. Are we actually giving him a longer period than what he's asking for? And number 2, if we give him what he's asking for, 2.5 years with no extension, is that what he's asking for? Is that something we could give instead?
So I understand the confusion. This is a bit confusing. It's when his 2.5-year period starts.
Yes, that's different in the text also.
Yes. So the proposal from the applicant is to not have the 2.5-year time period start until the project is completely eligible for building permits, which means from tonight, assuming council will approve it, up until the point that the applicant is eligible to pull building permits, there would be no time limit. It could be years. It could be 10 years. It could be 20 years. There literally would be no time limit on the amount of time it would take for him to get the project up and running and ready to actually pull building permits. At the point that the project was eligible to pull building permits, that's when his proposed 2.5 years would start. So what he is actually asking for is much, much longer than what our code would require. And our code is saying from tonight's action up until the time you're eligible to pull building permits, you would have an initial 2-year period plus a potential 2-year extension for a total of 4 years, which is what I have shared, that there have been multiple housing development projects that have been able to pull those permits within that 4-year period.
So it sounds like if he moves at the speed that those developers have moved, we're giving him a longer period. But if he does not, his is longer, is the way I'm.
If you accept what the applicant is asking for, his is significantly longer. There's literally no limit on the amount of time to pull building permits.
But if he pulls them fast, ours is longer.
Yes, true.
And then about the idea that there would be community, call it what you will, coffee house and food vending on site is something that was also new to me. And is that something that we could find some way to allow that the community would be able to use that?
I think the main concern that I would have, and I would defer to staff to add their input, is consistency with the residential zoning of the location, not being situated to have public serving establishments such as a cafe open to the public, not to mention potential limitations with available parking and other factors of site design that would typically be considered in a review and approval of a public serving establishment such as that.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that the current design does show those amenity areas, but they are limited to residential access only.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Great, thank you. Any other council members who have questions? Okay, I have a question for the applicant. So one of the things that you've talked about is how your project will include the 20% affordable units, while our ordinance only asks for the 15%. However, I just wanted to clarify that you have only proposed studios as your below market units versus what the city would require, which would be a unit mix of both studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom to meet the housing needs of our community. And when you state that it's infeasible because of cost?
Infeasible due to cost. And the graphic that they showed was actually incorrect. It said the number of units required by the city, it said 16, which was so strange because so they did go over proportionality and it said required by the city, and you added up, it came to 16, but under the city's requirements, only 12. So, and that includes mostly moderate.
Right, but my question to you is about your units and what you're proposing and why you're only proposing studios. So you're only proposing studios because of the cost?
Because of cost, correct.
Okay. Have you done further exploration since you have had these 2 informal meetings with the community? I'm sure they provide input on looking into the potential for other sized below market rate units.
We did look into looking at other size units. We did actually in a previous proposal have some larger units in there. But in the end, we were unable to provide any other size below market rent units, but the staff also wanted some larger 3-bedroom units. We were able to provide those at the market rate. So we did do some unit shifts based on staff's requests. Those are coming from staff, not from neighbors.
Well, what are you going to charge for a 3-bedroom market rate unit?
Well, that would not be something that we would be deciding right now. That would be about when it would go to market.
I see. So you don't know yet?
I
have an idea?
I don't know.
Okay.
I cannot really give you an answer for that right now.
Well, if you're going to say you're doing it for staff, letting us know how much you're thinking about is also helpful if you're saying it's going to be a benefit. So, okay. All right. Thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much to staff and to the applicant. We'll now move on to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. And we'll take in-person speakers first. We have quite a queue, but I also recognize that many have not had the opportunity to connect with us. So I'm going to display a timer for 3 minutes to allocate the full amount of time for our residents to be able to share their concerns with us. So first up, we have Roger. For Mary, Trevor, Mario, Alicia, Audrey, Chloe, Nikki, Noah. I think you'll get 10 minutes. 10? Okay. Yeah, if there's more people to add, please let the clerk know. Thanks. And then I think the timer's here. Is that right? And then over here.
Get 10 minutes?
Yes.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your service to the city. I appreciate it. My name is Roger Noel. I'm a 45-year resident of Mountain View. I live at 323 Tyrella Avenue. To streamline tonight's proceedings, I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well as the residents' names that we just mentioned. Thank you for the opportunity to advise the council of our concerns regarding the planned 7-story, 80-unit apartment building at 294 Tyrella Avenue. We are firmly opposed to this project. We had a short notice meeting with the residents of all 3 neighborhoods that will be affected by this project, Wagon Wheel, Slater, and North Wistman. Even with short notice and other major events happening in Mountain View, 18 residents showed up to express their concerns, and many more have emailed concerns. There were 30 public comments submitted in opposition to this development the last time I looked on the website. As you can see by this collage picture I created, you can see what a massive impact this building will have on the existing neighborhood. If you look to the left of that big tree, there's no big buildings at all down the entire street. So this just gives you an idea of the impact that this is going to have on the neighborhood. This neighborhood consists primarily of 1- and 2-story residences. The 7-story project is completely out of character for this neighborhood and will have a negative effect on parking, traffic, and quality of life. Parking. Every day, our neighborhood is filled with parked cars from the German School on Easy Street. Parking on Tyrella and Easy Street, as well as other streets, is bumper to bumper on both sides, making it dangerous for drivers and kids walking to school. As the car parking for this project is on a paid basis, inconvenient and inadequate, street parking will only get worse once this project is built. Traffic. The intersection of Tyrella and Middlefield is very dangerous. I have observed many serious accidents there, most recently on April 4th. This project will only make this intersection more dangerous. Quality of life. This project has rooftop amenities consisting of a bar and pickleball courts. The noise from these amenities will be heard throughout the area, disturbing the neighborhood. Construction noise and dirt will cause a major disruption to quality of life. We are not opposed to development, but this project is just not right for the neighborhood. Impact to 255 Easy Street. 255 Easy Street is a 2-story condominium building at the corner of Easy Street and Middlefield. The west and south sides of this existing property will be completely surrounded by this new 7-story building. The people that live in those units will never see the sun again from their homes. Other surrounding homes, such as the triplex next to the project, will also have most of their sunlight blocked. Other neighborhood projects, there will also be more impact to the entire neighborhood from the other project proposed for 266 Tyrella, a 4-story, 47-unit building just 4 lots away. This project will also have a negative effect on parking, traffic, and quality of life. So we skip to that previous picture, please. This picture, no, the plan one, that one. You can see that dashed gray and white line that goes down and goes to the left. That's going to be how it surrounds the 255 Easy Street property. Next one. And that's what the 2-story condo on Easy Street looks like. That'll have a 7-story building about 10 feet in front of it. Okay. Conclusion. We are not inherently opposed to development. We support the concerns of our neighbors. It is the project's non-compliance with the city's development standards for size, density, parking, setbacks, height, and other neighborhood projects planned in the area that are the source of many of the neighborhood residents' concerns. We are respectfully requesting that City Council delay a decision on this project at tonight's meeting. In the interim, we are also respectfully requesting that the City Council go to court to seek clarification on how the builder's remedy provision of the California Housing Accountability Act is applicable to this development proposal, and in particular, where the city and the developer are not currently in agreement regarding the city standards. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Then we have in person Martin Rosenberg, Joel Gruber, Ivan Linscott, Paulette Vascio. So first we'll go with Martin. And then Joel, then Ivan. If you could just start queuing up, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. I'm going to talk about
what I believe is how you can deny this permit and be in compliance with the Housing Accountability Act. According to the Housing Accountability Act, the Mountain View City Council is authorized to deny a development proposal if it, and I quote, would have a specific adverse impact upon public health or safety, and I'll demonstrate how it will about safety, and there is no feasible method to mitigate or avoid the impact without rendering the housing development project unaffordable or financially infeasible. The Housing Accountability Act further states that a specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. I believe the additional traffic that will be created by the proposed development will adversely impact the safety of the residents of Torella Avenue, commuters who already use Middlefield Road, and elementary school children who attend Vargas Elementary School. Mitigation would require widening Torella or moving Vargas Elementary School, both of which I think everybody understands are not feasible. So here are the facts that support what I said. The Torella-Middlefield intersection is already dangerous, as somebody else pointed out. Just last week, there was at 11 a.m., not even rush hour, there was a major collision between two cars that required multiple police and fire units to attend. Torella Avenue between Middlefield and Gladys is only 15 miles long, or to say it differently, 1.5 of a mile, or a whopping 800 feet. All right. In other words, it's a very small space. The extremely small section of Torella currently consists of 53 housing units, 23 single homes, plus 30 apartments located in two-story buildings on the east side of Torella. As you notice, proposal would replace one single home. If approved, it would be especially difficult to deny that other proposal, which is only about 400 feet away from this one, which is 47 units. Considering that two single homes would be demolished to make way for it, that's 125 additional units in 800 feet. And percentage-wise, it's a whopping 330%. The number of units would be 335%. I'm about to run out of time. There's a lot to this. I sent it all to you in a letter. I hope you'll read it. And I hope you won't make a decision tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Joel Gruber. Thank you, sir. I know. We gave you the full 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Joel Gruber, Ivan Lynn Scott, Paulette Vaccio, Hui Wong, Eugene Concero. If you all can just queue up so we can continue. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joel Gruber, and I live just down the street from this project. I live close enough to be directly impacted by the project, and I just want to note that I was never invited to any community meetings and have never been to anything with the builder. I attended the March 12th zoning meeting, and since then I've spoken with many neighbors. We all share a similar concern. This project is being pushed forward under the builder's remedy, but it's not clear that it legally qualifies. As a multi-generational Mountain View resident, now raising my own family in this beautiful city, I humbly request that the City Council refer this project to the courts for legal ruling. Approving this project without clarity invites confusion and future conflict, not just for our neighborhood, but for others across the city. The outcome of your decision tonight could set a legal precedent for many communities beyond our own. A court decision would provide a definitive answer on whether the builder's remedy applies here, and it would protect the city from further legal risk, whether from the developer or housing organizations. This is your opportunity to lead with transparency and ensure that Mountain View sets policy based on law, not pressure. Please choose clarity and refer this to the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivan?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Ivan Linscott. My wife and I live on Leslie Court, which is 1 block from Tyrell Avenue. And as you've heard, and I have witnessed this laundry list of noncompliance for this project, I'm egregiously opposed to it. And I'm here to enjoin you to delay your decision, at least for further evaluation. I'm sure you know the magnitude of our opposition. We've articulated it quite a bit. And I don't envy you the conundrum you find yourself in, situated between this rock and the hard place. It is a job for which we elected you, and I appreciate very much you being here to take advantage of, to take charge of it. It's all, I think, because your hands appear to be tied by this Builders Remedy Act. It's a process that has had unintended consequences. I don't think our legislature is intended to have this massive disruption within a established neighborhood dropped in our place. I wasn't privileged to those deliberations of the legislature, so I really don't know what they intended. But like Frankenstein, whose quest for immortality created a monster, I believe this Builders Remedy Act has created a monster in our midst. And I also believe we can make this monster go away, because the viable mechanism for adjudication of bad legislation is necessarily the courts. And I know your reluctance to actually open that door, but what do we really have as a viable option? I think nothing. This is like the rock and the hard place. Let's find a way to provide some lubrication between those two objectives and confront this monster. Resolve to do so, please. It's I think, not only for Mountain View and us as residents, but as we just heard, setting a precedent is a dangerous, destructive act. And I'd hate to see this community, the community that you so ardently represent and we elected you for, do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Paulette?
No, please. I've never done any public speaking, and I just felt compelled to come.
Can you just speak into the microphone? Thank you.
Thank you. Any tips are welcome. I wanted to say thank you all for doing the things that you do here for Mountain View, and I know that you're all involved and want to maintain a quality of life for all Mountain View people. And I would like to really strongly disagree with your approval of these building proposals, and also plead with you to get more information about how it might affect the public health of our community, because I think that this is all along Middlefield Road, we've had large developments of properties. We've seen so much of this, and I don't feel that after what happened in LA that our infrastructures can really stand things that are maybe like less than building code standards. And what happens if there's an earthquake and then there's a fire and our fire department can't handle it and our water supplies get compromised? And what if our medical system, if we keep up this continual density, what if we find ourselves in this situation? And I know that that's the worst, maybe the worst case scenario, but I know that some of you are thinking that there maybe needs to be more research about how this will be affecting our public health. And I would strongly encourage you to do that research and not be afraid of legislation, because it has to stop someplace. And where will it stop? And Palo Alto did a lot of resistance, and I think that Mountain View is capable of doing that as well. I'd like to also address some of the things that the builder said tonight, that it was affordable housing. I know I don't want to seem ungrateful for the fact that I have a place to live and some people do not. But I think that it's not really affordable. The only people who really win in these housing developments are the builders. And the other things that are left for us to deal with in terms of infrastructure and other things. And I hope that you'll support us in that. And also, in conclusion, I'd like to say that there should be no concessions that are not legally necessary to give. Like not for open space requirements, certainly not for parking requirements. I agree that there's a terrible need for parking even now. People are double parked on Turley. And yes, in fact, just last week there was an accident because of that. So I think that maybe we should just think about using our energies in a way that clarifies the situation. And with that clarity, we can proceed in a legal way to make things happen in a good way for everybody to maintain quality of life.
Thank you. Your time is up. Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Thank you. Okay, Hui Wong, Eugene Concero, Julie Muir, Isha Kumari. So if Eugene, Julie, Isha could queue, that would be much appreciated.
Good evening. Dear Mountain View City Council members and owning administrators, thank you for your time. I'm here with my concerns towards the Terrell Avenue housing development. We live 2 minutes walk from the site, started from 2022. And I agree with my neighbors that a 7-story structure with 3 stories of parking will be overwhelming for the neighborhood with a lot of concerns. On the other hand, I totally welcome developments with 3-story development or smaller FAR with controlled affordable housing ratio. Here are the reasons. First of all, almost all of the buildings in the community are fewer than 2 stories, forming a cozy, walkable environment for the people living here. A 7-story building, mega building, will destroy the quiet neighborhood, and we will be greeted with noise and smoke from the stories of garage above ground facing the street, and the main level of stucco walls above, let alone the sunshine we're going to lose. So far, the developer has not shown any renderings of eye level at street view that the building entrance on site to approve if it fits the context. Another major concern is the community safety. The site sits right on the crossing on the way 5 minutes walk from Yaocheng International School and a few other elementary schools, a major school in the Mountain View city, and the increased traffic will be posing danger to kids and family going to the school. Traffic light might be needed to be added, and we don't see the traffic study which is necessary to tackle this issue. Furthermore, I would like to question the need for a 7-story, 80 units building on less than half an acre site itself. While transit-oriented development, TOD, with high floor area ratio is common these days in the Bay Area, typically in San Francisco, the site is not necessarily within the typical zone of a half-mile distance. And I measured by myself. Instead, the site is actually more than 1 mile from the Caltrain Mountain View station. Needless to say that the demand for TOD dropped dramatically after COVID with the work-life balance change and with a lot of developments already on hold throughout the Bay Area, making us question the necessity of the off-scale development. Thank you so much for listening, and I really appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Eugene?
Hello, thank you for listening to me. So my name is Eugene Cordero. I'm a long-term resident in Mountain View, also a professor in the Department of Meteorology and Climate Science at San Jose State. I teach courses in climate change and climate solutions. I'm going to offer an alternative way to think about this. When I talk to my students about what to do about climate change, housing comes up really quick here in the Bay Area. We know that there's a strong need for more housing, and that it leads to many benefits. And that means reductions in air quality, especially when the housing is near transit. This place is about half a mile from Caltrain, half a mile from downtown Mountain View, half a mile from Wisman Station. So it is a transit-oriented development, and it can provide, if you have 80 units, those folks have the opportunity to walk and take there's Stevens Creek Trail is right along there. It's a great place for putting density. And I know that for some folks here, and I'm sympathetic, the density makes it sound like, oh, it's going to be horrible. But if we look at what the development has been in good areas, like in some parts of Europe, we see that density actually leads to more economic development. It leads to safety because there's people outside. It leads to people benefiting their personal health because they have access to biking. And this proposal has actually done a lot to improve that. It's got unbundled parking. It has bike share or electric bike stations. It has 2 spaces for car share. And it's really encouraging people to not to have multiple cars. And why is that a benefit? That's a benefit because it's really expensive to own a car. You know, it's, of course, there's the price of gas, but there's registration, there's insurance, there's depreciation. So if we can provide a place where people can live and they can own one car, that's a significant economic benefit. And there's environmental benefits with that as well. So I want to encourage the council to approve this project because we need the housing. And council has said repeatedly over and over, you want housing. This developer has tried to develop this unit, this property, since in the early 1990s. That's over 30 years. Been going to the city back and forth, trying to get something developed. City staff are not really interested. They have blocked him many, many times. That's why there's builder's remedy. Why does that exist? Because cities are not building the housing. And that's why the state had to say we have to force it. But I think that the council here is really supportive of housing because they know what the benefits are going to be to downtown, to our community, to producing a safe and walkable and friendly area for our residents. And so I want us to kind of build on that and think very broadly about this. And I would like you to strongly consider approving this. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for my mispronunciation there. Julie, Isha, Lou Abrams, Nishith Singh.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you again for all of the work that you guys do to make Mountain View a wonderful city to live in. My name is Julie Muir. I'm a resident here in Mountain View, and I just want to offer following along with some of the other residents, what they've said is that the waivers that this project is asking for in this project, but also in other builder remedy projects, do not allow for sound community and urban planning. So I suggest that the city seek clarity on the waivers being requested, and to do that by asking the city attorney to go to court to clarify the legality of these waivers and to see how it works out on this project, because that's the one that's in front of you, but then also how that will impact other projects. And I just ask you to do that on behalf of Mountain View residents who are going to have to live with the consequences, right? This building project is forever. The consequences will be borne by those in that neighborhood who have to deal with the traffic, who have to deal with the all of the negative parts of this project. So I would ask that you would hold on this decision and seek clarity on the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Isha?
Hi, I'm Isha Kumari. I'm current resident of Mountain View, and I'm here to request the city to deny this project until it's compliant. I request that the council, I request council to protect the neighborhood's integrity and maintain its desirable living conditions. I have following concerns with the proposed project. Character and aesthetics. The proposed 7-story building significantly exceeds the current height of 2 to 3 stories in the neighborhood, disrupting the established low-rise character that resident values. This change would create an eyesore, diminishing the area's visual appeal and community's charm. Traffic congestion, like everyone mentioned, introduces 85 units on a half-an-acre site. This will substantially increase the traffic. With limited road capacity, this development could lead to severe congestion, longer commute times, and potential safety hazards. Traffic studies should be cited to illustrate the projected impact on the local infrastructure. The FAR, which is the floor area ratio and infrastructure load, The FAR of 5 is drastically higher than the typical half FARs, indicating excessive density. This overload could strain utilities such as water, electricity, potentially requiring costly upgrades that may not be feasible or desirable for current residents, or if it is feasible, it would be from our tax dollars. The environment impact, the building's height will cast significant shadows affecting neighborhood properties and local greenery. I myself live across this property and I will be directly impacted by the sunlight and the environmental conditions that this will bring. The fire safety concerns. A taller building complicates evacuation processes and the fire department access, posing increased fire risks. The mechanical equipments that are going to be on the building top or anywhere it's situated is going to generate more noise. It'll be disturbing the peace, which was the first reason why I ever moved to Mountain View. I used to be in high-rise city when I was in the San Francisco. Parking challenges, like everyone mentioned, accommodating 85 units on limited land likely results in insufficient parking, leading to street congestion and reduced livability for residents. Population density and resource strain. The sharp increase in population density from 85 units will strain local amenities like schools, parks, reducing their availability.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Lou. Oh, sorry. I just read what might be the handwriting.
I'm Len Abrams. Had the place, we've had the place since 1990, I guess. And it's a one-story condominium on Ada, which is, I guess, a block away. And I regularly go home from turning on Middlefield to Torella. And of course, I had to take a different route because of that accident that was previously mentioned. But I have many times had to swerve around double parked cars, Amazon trucks, etc., on Torella, which is a very narrow street. And I, even in my complex, have a problem with sight lines leaving my driveway on Ada. And this is going to make things much worse. So I guess my points are the negative impact to the community. And I think in regards to the previous speakers' comments, I think I've measured it, it's a little more than a mile to the Caltrain station. So it's not within a half a mile. But anyway, it changes the community and the double parked vehicles and more vehicles, because this is less than half of the city council's or the city's requirement for parking. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Nishith Singh, then Rachel Alavars.
Hello, myself Nishit Singh. I would like to echo what my fellow residents have mentioned in terms of concerns against this project. As a neighborhood resident, I live right across the street on Middlefield, and I would like to request the Mountain View City Council to protect the neighborhood's desirable living conditions overall. And overall, like, my concerns are in line with what everyone has already mentioned so far around the character and the aesthetics of this project. This is going to be completely out of the character of the area. We only have either a 1-story or 2-story buildings in the entire neighborhood. I don't see a single 7-story building in the entire 94043 zip code. And And this is going to be just setting up a totally different kind of precedence in the area. This will also lead to significant traffic congestion, and it will not leave parking spots for individuals who, like even right now, there is a traffic or parking scenario in the neighborhood. And then, as others have already mentioned in the past, there are a school in the neighborhood, right? And then for drop-off and everything, during a school drop-off hours, the entire parking spaces are already occupied, and there is a lot of traffic congestion during that time. And if we add a project that has more than like around 80 units, and without sufficient parking spaces, then it is going to just lead to street parking and eventually create public safety hazard over there for everyone. The floor area ratio thing, FAR, in my estimate, all the residential buildings in the neighborhood are like 0.5. This would be far more than 0.5. It would be, in my approximation, 5 or 6 FAR. That's like almost 10x of what is present in the neighborhood. And it will have significant environmental impact. It will raise fire safety concerns since the access is only going to be from the Terrella side. Imagine being in a situation where you have 80 units and all the access and everything for the safety is going to be on the Terrella side. That is going to raise a lot of concerns overall. Right, to end my thought, I'm also trained as an architect. And in my opinion, even imagining such a project, which is just going to be so out of character in that area, is just not in professional integrity overall. That's my overall thought on it.
Thank you. Rachel?
Thank you. My name is Rachel Alvarez. My husband and I have lived a block away from the proposed development for almost 30 years. I'd like to provide a little history to add to the comments you've already heard, and a little neighborhood information. Those of you who visited the site may have seen a block away that there is already public serving establishments. There is the Clock Tower Cafe, Rogers Deli, and a Chinese restaurant. 2 blocks away, there is an Everest restaurant serving wonderful Nepalese food. So we already do have public serving restaurants, and I would warn of the health and safety effects of opening a residential restaurant or cafe to the public, especially if I understand correctly, it's on the roof. There are access issues to consider. Also, you may be aware or not, but this applicant had previous projects in motion, most recently a 44-unit development that was going through review. 2 days after the opening of the builder's remedy opportunity, he laid before the planners the 88-unit project, all fully prepared and laid out. I would like to know why he didn't simply add to that 44 units the additional 20% requirement of affordable units that would have qualified it for builder's remedy, that would have then pushed that 44 unit project straight through. Also, 2 years ago, 44 units would have had cheaper finance and labor markets. So that was all I wanted to say. I am curious why 44 units was not satisfactory, and why instead 88-unit tower or 80-unit tower was chosen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment that I missed? All right, so we're going to move on to virtual. As I mentioned at the offset of our meeting, we have a little bit of a glitch and we're worried a little bit about feedback. So protect your ears as we try to, yeah, here we go. Dylan?
Oh, great. Thank you. Hello, Mayor and City Council. Good evening. First, my sincere thanks to all the members of the City Council. Whenever I come to listen to you guys in these meetings, I'm just so impressed by how thoughtful you are and how hard you work to make this community stronger. I'm Dylan O'Connell. I'm a nearby Mountain View resident for many years, and I'm here to speak in support of the Builder's Remedy project on Tyrell Avenue. I love living in Mountain View, but the housing shortage here has been devastating. This project delivers 80 new homes that we desperately need. In particular, I would really like to highlight the dire economic conditions we're all currently facing going forward. It's more important than ever to give people an affordable place to live near their family and their friends and their work. And that economic uncertainty hugely raises the cost of any delays and makes future projects much less likely. It's already so challenging to get anything built, and I think it's only going to get worse from here. For a more positive note, as someone with sort of poor eyesight, I know how hard it is to find housing in the area that isn't so reliant on 24/7 access to a car, and I know this area very well. And I'm thrilled that it's so close to the bike trails and the public transit, and especially our wonderful downtown. So thank you all so much again for your great work.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes in-person and virtual public comment. So I will bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should include reading the title of the resolutions attached to the report, as well as, I believe, the attachment for item 6.2 that staff also included, looking at staff. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor. The
Thank
two
you.
conditions of approval related to building code and
Right,
local
so it's the two items as well as the other two items that staff recommends building into the project resolution, correct? Thank you. Well, I think, oh, okay. Ready.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. First, I want to express my appreciation to everyone in the community who participated in this meeting and for all of the emails that you've sent. We do our best to stay on top of the correspondence that we receive, but I think it's tough when there's an overwhelming number of speakers. So I certainly did my best and tried to ask questions in advance of or before the public input to better understand some of the ideas and concerns that were shared tonight. It's hard to know where to start, but I'll start with I think maybe responding directly to some of the suggestions that were shared. And I might need staff's and the city attorney's help in articulating some of these points. There were suggestions to postpone the meeting or postpone a decision to determine if the builder's remedy was applicable in this case. And I'm not certain that the answer that we would receive from a court is going to be the answer that you're seeking. The challenge is the applicability of the builder's remedy, I think, is fairly clear. The builder's remedy provision applies when an application is submitted and is deemed complete when a city does not have a certified housing element. And when the applicant's project was submitted, it was during a period of time, a brief period, but nevertheless a period of time when our housing element had not been certified by HCD. And I'll share that our staff did a a good job. There were many jurisdictions that took substantially longer to get certified. I think most recently the county was, I think, the last one to get certified 2 years late, and there are something like 40 some odd builder's remedy applications in unincorporated parts of the county that are causing a significant number of challenges. So it was an unusually challenging housing element cycle. The standards imposed by the state were much greater than what they had been historically. And I think every jurisdiction really struggled to meet that bar. And we were a few months late, but we eventually did meet the bar and our housing element was certified, but there were still 5 applications submitted in that period. And the builder's remedy provision is ambiguous, I think, as the city attorney was sharing earlier, but some of the fundamental limitations are clear. We can't deny a project simply because it is inconsistent with the general plan or with the zoning. And that's a major constraint. That's where most of the development standards that we would impose are found. It's not like a state density bonus law project where there are waivers and concessions and incentives. It's a different set of limitations, and the state has attempted to clarify them. I think there were even in the emails we received suggestions that we look at. I don't remember what the law is. It's a Buffy-Wicks bill, AB 14 something or other. But even then, right, it's the challenge with using state laws, as the community development director was sharing earlier. The rights of this project are vested under a different state law that is intended to provide some certainty to a developer that the rules aren't going to change in the middle of the game. So in this case, we're heavily constrained, and it's a difficult position for a city council to be in, to review a project, in what is, a public hearing where we take public input, and I think all desire to make the project as favorable and beneficial to the communities we can, but the state has severely restricted our ability to take any action other than to approve the project as proposed. I think the staff have worked with the applicant in good faith to try and address community concerns and explore voluntary applications of our development standards, and the applicant has shared some occasions where he has done so voluntarily. But at the end of the day, our ability to deny the project or to impose changes that reduce the density or render the project financially infeasible are really limited. And if we attempted to do so, it is very difficult for us to defend those impositions in court. I think that's what the intent of the Housing Accountability Act is, right? It's to make it very difficult for a city to deny housing or to reduce the density of housing. And the builder's remedy provision in particular is extremely challenging and constraining. So there's a bunch of other stuff I could say. I'm curious to hear what my colleagues have to say, but since I have the great privilege of terming out in a year and a half, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to approve the staff recommendations, including adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a development review permit to construct a 7-story 80-unit residential condominium building, replacing an existing single-family house, a heritage tree removal permit to remove 6 heritage trees on a 0.48 acre site, project site located at 294 to 296 Tyrell Avenue, EPN 160-32-001 and 160-32-002, and finding the project to be categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15332 infill development projects of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a tentative tract map to create a single lot for 80 condominium units and 1 common lot at 294 to 296 Tyrella Avenue, EPN 160-32-001 and 160-32-002, and finding the project to be categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15332, infill development projects of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines to be read in title only, further reading waived. And then also a modification to condition of approvals, number 64, building codes, construction plans do I have to read this into the record as well? Or just accept the amendments?
You can accept the proposed amendments.
Thank you. So with the amendments that staff has shared during this meeting. Thank you.
Sorry, I am sorry. The public comment period is closed, unfortunately, and now we're on deliberation and action. I apologize. So we have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah. I sort of like to hear what the vice mayor has to say first. I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember McAllister, for letting me go before you, and thank you, Councilmember Ramirez, for falling on the sword. This is kind of where we have the issue of a larger picture and the immediate results. Those who are affected by the immediate results have a significant clash. The builder's remedy, what some wanted to call the zoning holiday, or there's a lot of different names for it. Some happy names, some not so. And it has been a very divisive topic among many of communities. The builder's remedy was supposed to be that hammer that the state put down on cities where they felt refused to build housing. I don't believe Mountain View is a community like that, but it provides an introspection of what are the barriers to housing that our community puts forth. And in a way, it's a very judgmental way that they put it, but I would like to have, if we could reflect on in a non-judgmental way. The problem is, it's not that community character isn't important, it's just hard to quantify. It's hard to defend. It's hard to put into court and fight that out. It's a little easier to take actual metrics. There were conditions of approval that the developer has requested, and my understanding is we are holding our ground on some of them. And we are holding our ground because we dug through the code and ensured, well, not insured, with law, it's never, nothing is really assured. Very different from engineering, where like it either works or it doesn't. But I believe our staff is trying to do the best that they can with the constraints that were put on us to ensure that Mountain View still remains an affordable community, while also being a community that values our input. I welcome some of you who your first time is here, and that makes my heart sing, but it makes me really sad that we won't be able to do what you ask. But I appreciate staff's ability to help us navigate through this project. I appreciate the community's patience and the community very much letting us know what is important to them as we consider future developments, because each one of these discussions helps us formulate what is important to our community. With Builder's Remedy, we are far more limited to what we can and cannot require, but that's only 5 projects. Other projects will come forth. We know what the community is seeking. We know what the community will have a lot of opinions about. And we know that as we go forward with future developments that will impact our community. So I have seconded the motion because I can't let Councilmember Ramirez just die on a sword on his own. And those are my comments.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I have a question first before I go into where I'm going. So there was talking about a lot of traffic. Will this 80 units, this traffic, require a traffic review of that intersection that may require stop signs or yields or somewhere along that line?
We do have staff from our Public Works Division, so they're going to come up and help respond to this question. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Renee Gunn. I'm a senior civil engineer in the Land Development Division of Public Works. We did do a limited MTA, a multimodal transportation analysis for this project. And we did look at the peak number of trips that would be in the hour, and it didn't have any adverse impact to that intersection.
So okay, I guess there's some concern with there. Did you take in consideration the 80 parking spaces and people coming and going into that VMT study?
So the way that traffic studies are conducted, they use the MUTCD, the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control, and the way that we calculate how many new trips are going to be created by that project is by the number of units in that project. So the standard methodology that we use, that VTA uses, counts the number of units, not the number of parking spaces. But you can get discounts on those trip generations based off of things like TDM or reduced parking.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with a lot of that, but I figure that we're going to have 3-bedroom, 2 bedrooms. So we're going to have more than 80 units, more than 80 cars potentially in there. So can you take your standards and then add in external factors to give it a more of a local feel for it?
So the concern that comes is that we need to treat all projects equally. And so we need to have a standard for how we calculate those trip generations. And I would have to defer to the traffic engineer on whether or not there are things that we normally do to change those numbers ever so slightly. But I can tell you that the study that was done here is per our standard methodology.
Okay. Well, this is sort of going sideways with the traffic, but thank you for that clarity on that one. Okay. Here's my thoughts. I told you, everybody, I came into this housing element deal totally unaware of what's going on, and staff, you did a fantastic job of helping me better understand it, because I didn't know if we were renting or we were selling, what was going on. So I appreciate it was very helpful. But as a person that looks at these things, and I know developers like certainty over flexibility, the wording of the builder remedying, and this is not towards the applicant, it's just towards the legislation that it really concerns me, that potentially gives us hope that we could look at the word feasibility or infeasibility. There's no definition of it. What's feasible to me, it may not be feasible to the individual. And to allow these projects to go forward without defining or just giving somebody whatever I feel like is unfeasible, I'm not saying the developer, I'm just saying in general, that they can define whatever is important to them without looking at the standards of the state or the city. And I will not support this motion. I may be a symbolic one against it, but I think we need to start looking at when there is words that we are not allowed to have the individual, the developer define what we're doing. Because normally we say, here's this what they're doing. We don't ask for pro forma, which would be nice to have because then it would sort of give us an idea of what's going on, but then that sort of gets into the mechanics of the project. But this project, or the word infeasible, feasible or infeasible, is too wide open. And so to my fellow council members, it's not clear. This is so ambiguous that it could be anything and anything could be approved. And so I really appreciate the people that came in and said, let's take this to potential court and get it clarified. People weren't pushing no, they wanted it. They were just saying, let's see if we can get clarity on this going forward. And that's why my symbolic vote will be say, no, I do not want this to go forward until we get clarity on what's required, because cities are required to be very clear what they're doing, but the state legislature isn't giving us that ability to interpret it. It's so broad that we have to interpret it way over here and not actually what's fair for the community. So that's one of my concerns. On a local note, the VMT, when we had this traffic study, what bothers me is that I've seen other projects that say vehicle miles traveled, it's a low area. But I'm also seeing all of a sudden these big developments all popping up in this whole area. So all of a sudden, there's going to be one development that triggers it from low mileage to there, and all of a sudden we just sort of made the project worse. So I'd like to have staff, when they consider this, look at what's going around it. So eventually we're going to have that problem where the vehicle mile travels it's no longer there, and yet we've allowed the situation to develop. So with that being said, as I said, I will not support this motion. I really would like to see the council join cities like Palo Alto or Los Gatos or other potential other cities that are looking at how to get clarity on the builder's remedy. That so I know it's a limited period, but this will be ramifications going down. It could be potential precedent going forward, and it would be helpful because who knows what legislators are going to put on us again, where we lost our ability to do what the neighborhoods want. I believe in housing, but I feel more important about developing communities. And if we're just building housing, I call it silos, we need to look at buildings that provide open space, that keep cars off the street, that allow people to gather together and feel welcomed in Mountain View. A lot of you guys have been here for years. I've been here for 71 years, so that gives you an indication of how long I've been around. And we had a good community back then, and I'm sorry to say it's slowly going away. Someone mentioned that Mountain View is affordable. That's another word that's got to be defined, because what's really affordable? Because people are saying it's not affordable. My two kids, they can't afford to live in Mountain View. And so I know when we got some new condos come along, it's the ones that I heard on Gamble, 1.5 million, and they still haven't been built. So that's a chunk of change. So you got my thoughts where I'm going, and we hope for the best.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Thank you. Well, while I share many of the same concerns as Councilmember McAllister, I tend to take a little different approach. The one thing I would slightly disagree with is I've been to Mountain View 17 years. I strongly prefer the Mountain View of today than what I guess I wasn't here in the 60s and 70s, but I didn't move to Mountain View. I didn't deliberately move to suburbia. I wanted to be in a vibrant community that I knew would change and grow over time. And I view it as, I think we've made progress over the years. And while there are certainly downsides to growth development and vitality, including the cost of living and the cost of housing, there are also a lot of great benefits that come with it. And I moved here to be in the center of Silicon Valley and in a vibrant community because I really appreciated the tactics that Mountain View has taken over time to grow and adapt and do all the things that it's done. So while I share some of the concerns that were raised, I don't do protest votes. I don't vote certain ways to send messages. That's just my personal tact. I have nothing against that. I do want to dispel this myth that, if Mountain View would just, and I totally understand the folks who are here saying, please stand up and fight for us. You choose your battles. There's this I think people are talking about Los Altos and Palo Alto standing up, but they're not really. What they're talking about is state legislation that will have no impact on this project or any of the builder's remedy projects, that the 10 that Palo Alto has. What they're talking about is how do we handle builder's remedy projects in the future and future housing element cycles. So we were one of the few cities to get our housing element. We did submit it before the deadline. The reason that we're subject to builder's remedy is that it took the state however long the state takes to review it, and they sent back comments and they said that we needed to make some changes, and that was the reason why we were subject to builder's remedy for a few months, and I wish that hadn't happened, but it did. But just for those who feel like we dropped the ball, we didn't drop the ball. We submitted what we thought would be a fully compliant housing element by the deadline, and we had to make some changes. So that's a long way of saying I personally don't like this project, but I've also been around in doing this long enough that I know what the requirements are of us, and I know that sometimes we have to make decisions that are hopefully in the best interest of the entire community, based on the facts and circumstances and everything, all the other information that we have. I will just make one comment. As someone who lives in a 50-something unit condo building, so not quite the size of this, I would say that opening food sales or anything in a building like that would be an absolute security nightmare, because you constantly have people coming in and out of the building, and there are just packages sitting around, and it sounds nice, but I think logistically it would require redesign, and from a security standpoint. So I will reluctantly be supporting this motion. I don't, and while I do agree that the builder's remedy and everything should all be looked at again, and that whole process, I actually support some of the efforts of state legislators to resolve some of this. I don't, those efforts aren't going to change the rules for something that has already been submitted. And unfortunately, there isn't as far as I know, there aren't judges in courts sitting around waiting, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for cities to come ask them questions about builder's remedy. The only way to get those answers, the legislature left it deliberately, unfortunately, deliberately left feasible and infeasible to the whims of the jurisdictions and the courts. And so the only way to get certainty around that is either to change legislation, which won't end up applying retroactively that I know of, or through litigation, which I don't think personally is the route that I would like to take at this time. So.
Thank you, Council Member Showalter.
Yeah, I don't really have very much to add. I think all of us really wish this property was, this proposal was less dense. But we are in this position where essentially this builder's remedy is a penalty for not getting your your housing element done in a timely fashion. But the rules of what was included in the housing element were drastically changed this time. So although this builder's remedy has been on the books for several decades, I've never heard of it being used until this round, because really the rules for what has to be included in a housing element have changed so dramatically. So that said, we are caught in this, we are caught with this penalty. And but that doesn't mean, as you've all suggested, that we should stop advocating. Far from it. We do need to talk and are talking with our legislators about what's wrong with this and what can be changed but that's for future cycles. That's not for this one. So we are doing that, and we will continue to do that because it's very important. But the other thing I wanted to mention is that there's sort of two things that I always bring up that the city really needs to do. We really need to make sure with building, we really need to make sure that things are designed well, and we really need to make sure that they're built well. And we normally, the design process, we all hear about it, goes on a long time, but it has a lot of rules. We can't apply all those rules this time, just the written down, just the very objective ones. But we will be making sure that this is built safely. These builder's remedies are required to go along with all of the state building code, just like any other thing that's constructed in the state of California. And we will be doing our due diligence to make sure that this building is inspected properly and that it is constructed properly. So that's just what I wanted to share with you, that it will be constructed safely. The REACH codes that they are objecting to relate to decarbonization. They relate to doing things that reduce our carbon footprint. And some of them are expensive. Many of us think they're well worth it. But in this case, the developer doesn't agree, and they are not required by state law to follow that. So anyway, thank you for listening to my comments.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I'll start out by saying I'm not happy with this project. I don't think that it fits into our community well for any number of reasons or fits Mountain View values. In terms of, for one thing, if you have a building this tall, you need wider sidewalks because many people will be coming in and out of it and walking around it. And that's just to start with. At the same time, the purpose of the builder's remedy is to force cities who don't take the housing element seriously and are willing to drag their feet forever to take it seriously and make plans to produce housing. I don't think that that applies to Mountain View. I think we do take it seriously and we're taking it seriously. I actually think we should not have been caught up in this, but we were, or we are. And I also think that, so I do support reforming builder's remedy and supporting and joining with cities that are doing that, but it will not affect this project, is my understanding of things. And I also think that there's little chance that that if we denied this project, that we would have success in changing it. So for that reason, I will be reluctantly supporting the motion.
Okay. Please no comments. The comment period is over. Any other colleagues have anything else to share here? All right. So I'll just wrap up and share my comments. I think before I get started, I think it's really important to thank our staff who have been working on this project, both past and present, different iterations of this site. And I think it's very important to acknowledge that Mountain View, the city of Mountain View, is well known for how our staff goes above and beyond. And I really want to acknowledge them for all their hard work. And I also wanted to share that I really appreciate living in this community where everyone sees the need for housing. I don't think anyone who spoke, who's written in, has talked about not being supportive of housing. And I feel fortunate that we're a community where we prioritize that need. I think my colleagues shared I would call it the unfortunate situation that we are in tonight. It's the quite frustrating situation we are in tonight. But I really wanted to emphasize that though it is this way, it could have been ameliorated by the developer. And I just want to share that they declined the neighborhood community meeting. They declined the neighborhood design review consultation, declined streetscape improvements, declined their documents and plans being put online for residents and the public to be able to view, declined the REACH code. And all of those are to say that though while these may be voluntary applications, it would have shown the council and our residents that you are acting in good faith with at least willingness for opportunity for the community to have input. I think that's all residents ever want, is the opportunity to provide input. That's why I felt it was very important tonight to give residents the full 3 minutes that we allocate on public comment, because you have not had that opportunity to address the applicant or council. And I did watch the zoning administrator hearing, and I know many residents not only went to that, but are here tonight. And I want to express my appreciation. And all of that culminates, I think, in the council struggles that we're having up here on the dais, and quite frankly, the lack of enthusiasm for this project as presented. And I feel that we have a few more builders remedy projects that the council is going to need to see. And I would just ask that those that have them would take into account and heed our request to involve the community, to involve council. The applicant also did not reach out to me as a member of council for my input prior to tonight. So we hope, and we have been very fortunate to have people act in good faith in our city. And tonight, unfortunately, we do not see that before us. But given the different constraints that were outlined by our city attorney and staff, I have to join my colleagues. I think we would all join John in his protest. However, we are constrained tonight. But I will say there's state legislation that seeks clarity on the builder's remedy with our state senator, Josh Becker. The Senate bill is 457. And I know my colleagues and I will be keeping close eye on that. And I would say too, just we are a community for housing, and that prioritizes it. And I just want to reemphasize that the community could have been a great supporter rather than what we're hearing tonight due to the lack of outreach. So there's a motion and a second, and so let's call the question. All right, and that passes 6-1. Thank you. We will move on to item 7.1, the preliminary review of fiscal year 2025-26, our recommended budget. And we'll just allow staff to make their way to the dais and just take a quick 5-minute break for colleagues. Thank you.
How's it going? Okay. Yeah. Everything's good. Just like a. Test. I can kind of. Okay. Wow, it does work.
All right, everyone, we're going to reconvene. Thank you very much for your patience. We're going to move on to item 7.1, our preliminary review of fiscal year 2025-26, our recommended budget. Finance and Administrative Services Director Derek Rampone and Assistant Finance and Administrative Services Director Grace Tseng will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. We'll begin with our staff presentation.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos, and council members. As stated earlier, Derek Rampone, your Finance and Administrative Services Director. Joining me this evening is Grace Tseng, the Assistant Finance and Administrative Services Director. Tonight, we are presenting a preliminary review of the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. Just as a heads up, I'd like to remind everyone that this presentation focuses mainly on the general fund of the city as the main operating fund. As you know, the budget process really kicks off in November, 8 months prior to when it actually comes into effect. In November, we send out a memo, a kickoff memo that for departments to work on their requests, and they submit them to the finance department around the holidays. We then give a mid-year budget update every February, which includes an economic update, which was done a little less than 2 months ago. We are now in April, providing the preliminary review of the budget. And as I said earlier, this is mainly focusing on the general fund. We will then issue the recommended budget at the end of May, and we will come back to the City Council on June 10th with the recommended budget that includes a full analysis and economic outlook. And then on June 24th, after any final updates, we will come back to the City Council for the approval of the adopted budget. As we have discussed previously, the city has a long history of strong and sound fiscal practices. The city maintains fiscally prudent budgeting practices of balancing ongoing expenditures with ongoing revenues and only uses one-time revenues for one-time expenditures. The city makes it a priority to annually adopt structurally balanced operating budgets every year. In recent years, the city has experienced a strong revenue growth resulting in larger than normal operating balances at year end, and these operating balances have been used to address a portion of the city's unfunded liabilities, such as making additional payments to CalPERS to pay down the city's pension liability and also to fully fund the city's other post-employment benefits due to retirees for health insurance. Another one of the city's financial practices is to build reserves in anticipation of potential budget constraints and to maintain sufficient funds to withstand significant temporary declines in revenues. In accordance with Council Policy A11, the city's reserve policy designates various reserve levels that are set for a number of uses. Among them is the General Fund Reserve, which is required to be funded at a level of at least 20%. And I'm happy to report that we are currently at around 20% at that reserve. And finally, staff have really solid financial experience, not only in the finance department, but other departments as well. As a result of the sound fiscal practices and current and former staff having strong financial acumen, you can see the city has received several types of financial recognition and continues to receive this recognition. In 2001, the city was awarded as a AAA issuer credit rating by Standard & Poor's. They then upgraded this to the highest rating possible because of a solid and diversified local tax base, the city's low debt burden, high property values and personal income levels, and the expectation of continued strong financial operations by the city. At the time, Mountain View was actually only one of 3 cities to receive this distinguished honor. Now there's more cities that have this, but we were one of 3 at the beginning. The city has also received Excellence for Budget Presentation and Financial Reporting for the budget and the annual audit report from the Government Finance Officers Association. In addition, the purchasing section of finance has been awarded the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement by the National Purchasing Institute. All of these awards are great examples of the excellent products the city prepares in the fields of budget, reporting, and procurement. Okay, as we turn to building the Mountain View of tomorrow, I'd like to provide an update on a new revenue the city is currently authorized to receive. Measure G, an increase in the property transfer tax of any property transfers of over $6 million, became effective on December 20th of last year. This measure, as you know, was approved by over 72% of voters in November. Staff is estimating that the annual revenue could be $9.5 million. City staff has recently held a meeting facilitated by the county with title companies last month to provide information on the new tax tier. So far, there have been 2 transactions over $6 million, with one being under review for exemption, actually. But at this time, it's hard. It remains to be seen when or how much the revenue will be in the future. Depending on property transactions, it could take a while to see significant revenue coming in for the city. I'd like to provide a quick update, economic update, since the mid-year budget was given on February 25th. As you know, there's been quite a lot of economic activity since February. A federal shutdown, government shutdown has been averted. Tariffs have been implemented, rescinded, and delayed, and have been changing in amount and by country on a regular basis. And as a result, inflation still remains a real concern of most economists. As of last week, the stock market has seen dramatic decreases since our mid-year budget update less than 2 months ago. And it should be noted that the health of the stock market really impacts the return at CalPERS. If they don't meet their 6.8% assumed return on investment, the city has to make up the loss by contributing more every year. Also, the UCLA Anderson Forecast, a leading forecasting organization that's been around for over 70 years, has recently issued their first ever recession watch, indicating that a downturn in the economy could result in the coming year or 2. In their press release, they discuss the potential for a recession to be stagflationary, which is the combination of high inflation, stagnant economic growth, and elevated unemployment. And as you will see on the next slide, stagflation has been a recent hot topic among many economists. All of this really points to slow or stagnant economic growth in the near future. Here are some recent headlines that we've seen. There's a lot of talk, obviously, about a potential recession or stagflation, as I mentioned, and including the stock market drop that's recently occurred. On the flip side, there has been a little bit of good news with the addition of 220,000 jobs in March. Overall, as I said earlier, it just seems to be a lot of economic uncertainty, but as the time goes on, staff will be continuing to watch the data and hear from our economists and revenue specialists as we finalize the recommended budget in the next few months. As we turn to look at the potential impacts directly to the city as a result of recent federal actions, there are a few areas I'd like to highlight. The first is the amount of funding the city has received in the form of grants from the federal government. The city received over $6 million in federal funds last year. To put that in perspective, it's a little bit more than 1% of the total city revenue. As you can see on the list here, a majority are for housing related programs for the community, with a small portion for transportation related projects such as traffic lights, and also a small COVID reimbursement from FEMA. A very recent potential impact that is actually just occurring now in the city that could impact the city is an item that is in Congress currently. They're considering, which includes passing a tax bill that would include repealing the ability to issue tax-exempt municipal bonds. As you know, in the past, the city has issued several tax-exempt debts for improvements in the Shoreline community, to finance the construction of Graham Reservoir, for wastewater projects, and also to refund some older Shoreline debt to take advantage of some cost savings. So repealing the availability of this tax-exempt financing for state and local governments would increase the borrowing costs to the city. This would potentially limit the ability to invest in vital public projects, and would also increase the financial burden on local taxpayers as project costs increase as a result of this higher financing costs. In addition, as the city prepares to potentially issue tax-exempt bonds later this year to help finance the replacement of the police and fire building, repealing the ability for the city to use this tax-exempt financing could cause the cost of the new building to increase, which could reduce or delay the project until additional financing could be generated. It is also important to note that recent federal actions in regards to tariffs, which cause the cost of goods to increase and result in inflation, can impact city operations. The city experiences these impacts by seeing a rise in construction costs, primarily from materials. Staff will also continue to monitor the possible federal impacts on the city as actions are taken at the federal level. Now we're going to turn to the preliminary numbers for next fiscal year, 25-26, the recommended budget. As a reminder, this slide is presenting the general operating fund. And as you can see, the budget is balanced and stable, showing a slight operating balance of $96,000 at the end of the year. Overall, as we'll discuss later, there's a limited number of new positions being proposed, and next year's budget really focuses on addressing inflationary costs that we're experiencing, such as cost increase in the city's janitorial contract and other services. This is a snapshot of the revenues and expenditures as compared to the current year adopted budget, the current year estimated actuals, and the recommended budget for next fiscal year. As you can see, the current fiscal year actual revenues are coming in higher than the adopted budget, and expenditures are coming in slightly lower than the adopted budget. And as for next year, as we talked about in the previous slide, we're expecting revenues to slightly outpace expenditures by $96,000. Those are the yellow columns. As you can see in the column second from the left, in referring to the 24-25 current fiscal year that we're in, we're projecting an estimated $8.7 million operating balance. As previously stated, next year's budget has a slight balance of $96,000 in the third column from the left. But as you can see, starting after that in 26-27, deficits are projected from $2 million to $3.7 million. The staff recommendation will be to save any operating balance from this current fiscal year to potentially cover any future deficits. Here is a snapshot of the city's estimated available balance and how staff is proposing to use it as part of the 25-26 recommended budget. You can see that we're estimating that we have a little over $26 million to be available at the end of this current fiscal year. There's also non-discretionary and discretionary recommendations for funding. After limited period expenses and reserves are funded, we are estimating that we will be carrying forward a balance of nearly $4.4 million into the next fiscal year, 26-27. I would like to point out that this is about half of what we of what was available 1 year ago at this time. This $4.4 million that we're anticipating for 26-27 will be used for limited period funding expenses and reserves in future years. As noted in the staff report, there are 4 positions that are being recommended in the general operating fund to be added. 2 are new ongoing positions, and the other 2 are actually conversions from limited period to regular ongoing positions. As detailed in starting on page 8 in the staff report, this is a summary of ongoing budget recommendations for the general operating fund for next year. The non-discretionary at the top are being recommended to fund existing and new required operation costs and are related mostly to technology and the contract for janitorial services, as mentioned earlier. And then the discretionary funding of 1.6 million is related to the 4 new ongoing positions discussed on the previous slide and other high priority programs and services. We also have limited period funding that's being recommended in the amount of 5.6 million. To put this into context, for the current fiscal year, we're in 24-25, we had 10.8 million of limited period funding approved in the adopted budget. So we're only recommending 5.6 for this next fiscal year. And as stated earlier, the city only uses one-time revenues to fund these type of one-time expenses. For additional details, you can see page 10 of the staff report. And then to wrap it all up, I've listed the next steps in the budget process on this slide. As you can see, there's something in every month from now until the end of June. In May, the public hearing is slated for the CDBG and home programs and another study session. And then June 10th will be the public hearing for the recommended budget. And finally, on June 24th, the operating budget and CIP budget will be adopted. And with that, thank you for your time and look forward to answering any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. And before we open it to council questions, I'll turn it over to City Manager McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the things that I wanted to just do a touch base with council on is about why we're here now in April. So you may recall that the past several years, we've typically just had the mid-year budget check-in and the budget brought in June. And during the pandemic years, we actually had quarterly updates to council just because things were in flux so much. So we were coming in November, February, the spring, and then in June. So the council requested last year that we have a preliminary check-in with council before the budget was to come in June. So that's really what this is intended to be, a review of what the recommendations are and then making sure that they are aligned or not with what council is wanting for your service levels and for the programs and priorities that we have identified. I want to emphasize the uncertainty that you heard our finance director talking about. We know that we don't have that much federal funding coming to us, but the intangible effects will certainly feel. And as mentioned, it's everything from our construction costs, so our own projects, our own facilities, our own road work, our own buildings, even the price of buying vehicles that is going to increase considerably, especially as we move to purchasing more electric vehicles, which will also cost more money. So there's a lot of things that we are watching for increased costs that we can't quite predict right now, but we know it's very important for us to be mindful of. And then I also want to emphasize the piece that you heard our finance director talking about, which is the volatility of this market and the impact on our pension system. And this is statewide. So for many years, the Public Employees Retirement System, so PERS, has not necessarily met its assumed rate of return. And when that rate of return is not met, essentially it means that all of the agencies that participate in PERS have increased costs annually. So as there are negative effects from this stock market and all the volatility now, if they don't meet that assumed rate of return, it just means that our pension costs are going to go up. So the number that we have in the budget now is very likely to be much higher than what we're assuming it to be. So although our budget is balanced now, we just need to be very careful and cautious with how uncertain things are. And I think it's a positive thing that we've been able to come talk to you essentially every other month this spring because of everything that's happening. So we will have more of an update for you in June. And I think we all know that throughout the month of April and May, we're going to see what impacts the federal administration, what the impacts of decisions from the federal administration might be. And we'll be able to talk more with you all about that in June. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight a couple things that we've placed a lot of great importance on in making sure that we have a lot of transparency to our community. We do look at the budget requests from departments with a budget equity lens. This is something that we implemented several years ago. We also, for the first time, have produced a budget video for our community. And we also produce what's called a budget in brief, which is a really short document that summarizes our several hundred-page budget book into a infographic that's essentially like 5 or 6 pages. So we started to do that so that the community would have simpler and easier information to digest. So that will also be a part of what comes after our June meeting. So I just wanted to kind of set the stage and reiterate that before you go into your questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I will now open it up to council questions, and I see Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one quick question related to something that the city manager brought up. How often does CalPERS look at and modify the discount rate? Is that something that's triggered by changes in the market, or is that just reviewed annually?
Yeah, good question. Thank you for the question. It's actually every 4 years that
4
they meet to discuss it.
Do you know when the next time that might be? In other words, is that something that we might want to think about as we develop the budget? Or I'm guessing you probably have, but if that's next year, that might change the way.
Yeah, I want to say they just met recently, and there's talk about them changing it, but I have not heard of the actual change in the last session that they had. So, but we will watch it and we will hear as soon as something happens. So
thank you. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
So I asked most of my questions in written form and they were answered. Thank you very much. My only question is what kind of feedback you're wanting. Are we running this more like a study session? Do you want big picture feedback? Get in the weeds, all of the above? I'm thinking big picture, but.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So I think it's more, do these preliminary recommendations, are they acceptable to council? Are there any things that you might want to have us look at or tweak or change? For example, reserves, and we're happy to ask or answer questions about that. So big picture, but if you do have anything specific, that's what we would bring back to you all with the budget in June.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Oh, I was hoping she would take longer so I had more time to think. Anyway, yeah, first of all, I just like to, I know we're not supposed to make comments right now, but this was really much easier to read, I remember, than previous ones. I don't know if I had just had enough coffee and I hadn't before, but really I appreciated that. I particularly like the reserve memo. That was very helpful, finding what each of the reserves were. I'm interested in the amounts for the Measure G. We had basically forecast we'd have about $10 million a year, and we're just a few months into the year but the amount is it's very small, and I wonder, does that include the sale of the Microsoft property, and is that expected to be included? Because I thought that would be.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. Unfortunately, the sale of that property was prior to this going into effect.
That is unfortunate. Okay. All right. Okay. And I just as a general thing, I really liked seeing the conversions of limited time employees to full-time employees. I think that that is very good. That means that those individuals have they've worked here. We know that they have a good work ethic, that they fit into the community. So I think that that's really and it's good for morale. So I'm really pleased to see that. So that's a philosophical thing I wanted to mention. And then I did, as Councilmember Hicks mentioned, I did ask a lot of questions this time, and I'm not going to go over those again. But one that I didn't ask is about the cost of electric vehicles, and I do understand that some electric vehicles are more expensive, but not always. And I'm wondering when we expect the sort of the trend and the development of electric vehicles that are used by our fleet to have matured enough so that they won't be more expensive. Do we have a feeling for when that's going to happen?
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. Our Public Works Director, Jennifer Ng, will attempt to look into her crystal ball.
So thanks for the question. It's a tough one to answer. I think what I can say is that the technology is continuously improving, right? And so as the technology is, I'll call it going up, it's kind of catching pace with other things that are going on. It's hard to pinpoint a year in which these things will equalize, but we've been kind of watching the trend of EVs over the past 10 years or so. Gosh, I don't know that I want to say this on camera, but memorialized forever on the internet. But I would guess somewhere like 7 to 10 years, maybe we might be about what you're asking for.
Okay, thank you. I
You're welcome.
appreciate that. And then the other question I have is that, having looked at these budgets for the last few years, we've been seeing expectations for the economic situation to decline for several years. You've been forecasting that several years out we will have a deficit, and we're all very delighted that that doesn't seem to be the case now. So that's great, but it seems like, in a sense, you made the budget expectations and the budget analysis really previously to the uncertainty that has been produced by actions of the federal administration in the last 6 weeks. I mean, a lot of the budget was developed before the last 6 weeks. That's what I'm sort of asking. So from my point of view, do you feel like this chart is, I feel like the circumstances behind this chart really aren't the same as the circumstances that we have today. And I'm not sure that anybody can know exactly what they are. So that I don't mean that as a criticism. It's just, it's not as reflective as I would have thought normally because things are so chaotic. So do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councilmember Showalter. I would say that we were making changes to this report right up until the last day that it was due into the agenda system. So we are keeping tabs on everything that's happening. Those headlines that you saw posted were just a few days ago, some of them. So I'm comfortable with where we're at, but things are changing every day. So that's why I think as we get to June, we'll see what happens between now and then. We'll be as up to date as possible June 10th and basically provide with whatever information we know at that time. But it is changing daily, and we are going off really recent, as recent as we can be. So as of now, I think that's where we are. So
thank you.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes. It's going to take me a couple of months to get back to thinking in these budgets, but these are more clarity questions for me. So there's this one item there, capital improvement reserve, and you're going to put $500,000 towards for improving the city pavement condition. So is that $500,000 to be used right away, or is that accumulated so that when a big project comes along, you have the money?
Councilmember McAllister, so I'll attempt that question and aided
Staff?
by Director Ing. So essentially, what the thought process was for this reserve amount was to accelerate funding that might be needed to do it as quickly as they can. Now, you can decide whether you want the same amount, the amounts to be equal, if you want to do something different with it. But the thought process was that Public Works would be able to identify specific projects that this would go to that would help accelerate their completion.
So it is putting money in to accumulate to get to a bigger project. It's not to be immediately used, since it's, I'm sorry.
If I could just add to that. So the intent, the staff intent at least, would be to take the additional funds, thank you very much, and apply them towards existing projects, either projects that have a shortfall in funding or maybe don't have the next phase planned, such as, maybe we're finishing feasibility, but we don't have funds identified for design, something like that. So we would augment existing projects.
So it would, okay, so then it isn't really put into the reserve. If it's just available, you're going to spend it on something now. Okay, well, that's why I was confused when you're putting something in reserve versus, and it would be nice to go for $1 million. Okay, that was one of the questions I had. The other, thank you for the 500,000. Million's nice. The question I had on budgeting, so, and I don't know how it relates to CIP, so maybe you guys can help me understand, is that we've seen our CIP projects get extremely, they're priced one thing, but when they come to reality, because of short funding, the inflation has just eaten up a bunch of it. Is there any correlation between your budgeting and then how inflation is really taking the CIP budget, which is theoretically the best it can be at the time picture, but as time goes along, the inflation is eating it up? So do you understand the question? Say yes.
Yes, but I think that since CIP is not a public works, they might be better directed to answer this question specifically and how they build in inflationary.
But no, but do you build it into your reserves? So you're looking at, they might have one thing, but you're funding the CIP project. So do you also look as a conservative approach to the funding that goes over to it? Well, we're all looking at the city manager now.
So we don't really budget for inflation in the reserves. We're essentially socking money away for whatever the purpose of the reserve might be. And then at the time that funding is needed from the reserve, then it would be spent on whatever the purpose or the item is. So we don't necessarily build it into what's recommended to be put into the reserve. But as far as the CIP goes, the Public Works team does build in inflationary cost assumptions into all their projects. And I believe they've increased that assumption with this CIP that you all are considering right now.
No, I understand that they are doing that. But I'm also wondering the funds that they get into it. So, I mean, when you say $96,000, that could be just a rounding error in a sense that they could go like that quickly to funding. So, but that goes, so on your reserves, and this is going to a big picture, I guess, is taking in consideration inflation, has there been talk about reducing our reserves because we'll make it up in the back end because we're taking away that inflation erosion? So if we have it in reserves, but yet we sit on it for a while before we actually put it in implementation, the inflation is eroding it away. But if we can use it up front, we'll probably actually have less costs and a more sound budget.
Thanks for the question. Depending on the reserve, sometimes the money goes in and comes out within a year. So a lot of them we're not sitting on unless their intent is to be used in the future or saved in the future for a rainy day fund like our budget reserve. So a lot of our reserves, like the CIP, a lot of it comes in and goes out almost the same year. So a lot of it is not sitting in there for any length of time, other than the long-term reserves that I just spoke about.
And when was the last time the long-term reserve was reviewed?
We just looked at it 6 months ago. Yeah, Council Policy A11 was just looked at.
And you felt it was adequate?
At the time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from colleagues? Not seeing any, we can open it up to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we'll display a timer. I am only seeing one public commenter. Albert, you get 3 minutes. We don't want to cut your presentation short.
Thank you very much. It's sometimes a challenge. Yeah, since we're talking about budget again, I thought I would continue my little presentation comparing Mountain View and San Mateo. Last time in February, I kind of gave you a big overview and how there's a fairly large difference. And I'm from somebody looking on the outside, I just don't understand. I wish there was some way I could ask questions directly and get answers, but that's something you can do, and maybe then you can forward the answers back to me. Next slide, please. So this is all based on the adopted budgets for the two cities from last fiscal year. Next slide, please. And remember, San Mateo is very similar to Mountain View. It just has a population that's 30% bigger, but in a lot of other ways, it's extremely similar, except there's some big differences in the government spending. Next slide, please. And this is just I just picked Finance and Administrative Services. It's one of the biggest departments, and it also has one of the biggest discrepancies with San Mateo. You can see they have over twice as many people as San Mateo does. Now, I don't know why. It's just a mystery to me. We'll get to document processing later, but down at the bottom, for example, under risk management, there's 2 people, and they had $7 million expended on them. And, maybe that's just a one-time thing. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it's used for. If you take that out of the equation, then the spending is, a relatively proportional number of people. And then we'll get to document processing. Next slide, please. Okay, one of the items in the report was that one of these people is going to be, I guess, changed to principal financial analyst. Well, what about the other 3.5 full-time employees? And why are they still doing document processing? As is explained to me, this is a sort of an outdated position created way back when word processing was a special skill. Only a few people knew how to do it. And so everybody had to have their documents put through word processing so it would come out in a standard format. Now everybody pretty much knows how to use Word. You have templates. Everybody can produce, publishable documents without any other people. Why are these people still doing this? I don't know. That's something you can ask Mr. Rambo, maybe. There's lots of other things. I'm looking forward to the next budget coming out. I'm going to look at it with a fine-tooth comb. You can believe that. I'll look at San Mateo's too and try to find out more about why they seem to get by with so much more or less than we do. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right. Any other in-person public comment? All right, and I am not seeing any virtually. So I will bring the item back for council deliberation and action. And per the city manager, I believe it's if there's any big picture comments or any comments related to reserves or anything like that, now is the opportunity. And then does it also require a motion? Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to express my appreciation to staff for preparing this report. So I'm glad that we're doing the preview, and I think it's even more timely given the uncertainty, right? So it was. I'm grateful that you have teed this up for us, and it also happens to be serendipitous that we're able to at least provide some preliminary input. Especially during these challenging times. I support the staff recommendations. I think this is very thoughtful and prudent, and I think we do a very good job growing at a pace that is sustainable. As a colleague brought up earlier, we tend to budget conservatively, which is great because that means often at the end we're surprised with good news. You don't want it to be the other way around. But I think it's also especially important now, just given what's happening at the federal level, and it's unclear, I think, how it will ultimately shape out. But as you all know, I don't have a lot of optimism for the future, so I do think it's a good thing to be prudent and thoughtful. So in addition to supporting the staff recommendations, and there are a number of really important things that I hope some of my colleagues highlight, I did want to elevate some ideas that I had the opportunity to share with the city manager. So I don't want to speak for her, but I would be grateful for my colleagues' support. The first is requesting that staff explore what resources would be required to extend library hours over the weekend. I've been thinking a lot about how important it will be to provide safe and welcoming spaces, especially for vulnerable members of our community over the next several years. There are additional benefits. The library is a great place to go during a heat wave when you don't have air conditioning at home, as I do not, and maybe some others on the council don't either. So I think there are a lot of benefits to making available a third space, a public space, over the weekend when I think the utilization is likely to be quite high. So I'd be interested in the staff's analysis of what it would take to achieve that goal. Second is introducing or exploring the costs of implementing an AI translation tool or software. City of San Jose has this. Those of you who have been to council chambers have seen it in action. It's really powerful. I don't want to necessarily call anyone out, but I think it's been unfortunate that sometimes members of the council have been put in a challenging position of translating on the fly. We have resources, which is great, but they're not always available. So this tool, I think, would relieve anyone who happens to speak multiple language of the obligation or burden of taking on that responsibility, especially if they're also chairing the meeting, when we have a tool that we can use in any council meeting that can make sure that members of the community are able to participate regardless of the language that they speak. So I'd love to understand. I can't imagine it's an extraordinary cost, but I think it would be helpful for staff to analyze that. And Councilmember McAllister, you were asking the very questions I was thinking when I was reading the staff report. There certainly is a time value to money, right? And we have to be. There's certainly a place for thoughtful and prudent planning, but sometimes we could be so overly cautious that inflation picks up and the cost of capital improvements especially starts to run away from us. And the third item I'd like to request my colleagues to explore is transferring $5 million from or some amount of money from the equipment replacement fund to the reserve that we're using for the Public Safety Administration building. And the reason is, as important as our fleet is to replace over time and to transition to EVs, we have a very pressing capital need right now that we're ready to deliver, but there's still a gap. And I'm looking at Arn, I think it was $25 million, something along those lines. So I think staff is being very thoughtful in elevating that and requesting that we approve a $5 million transfer. But if we have an additional $5 million transfer from the ERF, then we get very close to closing that gap. And it also has the added advantage of protecting the general fund in the event that we need to use that to pay for the debt service. So I would rather use that money to deliver an essential capital improvement today than have it sit in the ERF for an unknown amount of time for something that is important, which is upgrading the fleet, but it's speculative, right? And I would rather benefit from the value of the money today. And then also, as a colleague brought up, that the attachment with the information about the reserves was really helpful. And it was, on the one hand, it's a good thing that the ERF is $6.7 million above what the policy requires, but also it doesn't need to be $6.7 million above what the policy requires. So even if we allocate $5 million, we're still above policy. That still gives us an enormous buffer to replace equipment as we need to. So those are the three. I'm ready to make a motion, but I want to hear what my colleagues have to say. Separately, this is where I might disagree a little bit with Councilmember McAllister. That $500,000 for pavement maintenance, I would love to go into to supplement the active transportation capital improvements, in part because, as staff had shared with us during the CIP study session, a lot of active transportation improvements are also pavement maintenance opportunities. So, and that has the advantage not only of helping deliver active transportation projects, but those roadways tend to be very heavily trafficked, right? So think about Middlefield and Moffett. Those are the roadways I think the community would like us to focus on, and not so much cul-de-sacs. And as wonderful as it is for those neighbors, I don't think they're the ones who we necessarily need to prioritize when we have limited funding, when we have very heavily trafficked roads that are worthy of maintenance in the nearer term. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Great, thank you. And I think I'm just taking notes of different items that colleagues may share. And so it might be helpful if it's like included all in one motion, or we might need to do straw motions just for clarity for staff. So I am taking all of those down. Not your comments, but just the other items. Go ahead, Councilmember Hicks.
So before I go into general comments, I thought I would maybe try to address Mr. Jean's question in terms of document processing. If somebody can, we are moving along with that, are we not? And maybe I think I could attempt to say how, but I think staff or the city manager could explain better.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So there's a lot of differences between San Mateo and Mountain View. Their finance department doesn't have the risk staff. They certainly don't have document processing, which we are evaluating. They also do not have centralized purchasing, and they are facing upwards of a $10 million budget deficit right now. So it's just a different, the agency has functioned quite differently over the years in Mountain View, and they desperately are wanting to add staff and are not able to add staff because of their budget deficits. So just clarifying the difference between what's in the finance departments in both cities. But to your question about document processing, yes, that is under consideration.
Okay, thank you. So in general, for me, the big picture is that unlike in the past few decades when we mostly had steadily reliable and increasing revenue, the future here is, I mean, in your report too, it's less clear to me now, not just because of what's happening at the federal level, although that's certainly important, but also over the past several decades, we've had steadily growing tech, and now due to remote and changing work locations of a lot of the tech companies, and also possible shakeups among our reliable tech businesses due to AI changes. I don't think we're facing a disaster, but I think we just have, and I think Mountain View remains a great city to live, work, and play in, but I think we just need to be smarter. I mean, our budgets have always been smart, but we need to, be even smarter. In particular, look at new revenue sources. And we've been talking about that. Measure G is the property transfer tax is the first one. And we've looked at others like a TOT tax update, and I'm sure, or I hope we'll continue to do that. The other thing I'd like to double down on is looking at are, well, what's increasingly being referred to as entertainment districts, like our downtown and San Antonio Center, as possibly better revenue generators. And I mean, studies show that our downtown already punches above its weight when we did the economic vitality study in terms of restaurant and related revenue generation. But I think with careful planning, we can do better. So, and our neighbors like Palo Alto and Sunnyvale are focusing on this, and I think we need to also. So and then we also need to pay closer attention to business attraction and retention in general, I think, than we have in the past. So a lot of this means closer attention to our economic vitality strategy, and I know we're hiring a new director. I just think we need to look at enhanced staffing in that area, and I'm not going to name a particular line item, but it could be something like something more related to a urban design person, not just I know we have somebody devoted to the downtown, but a little more attention to that in particular in hiring, I think, would be one thing that I would want to recommend looking at. And then in terms of money to pavement, I agree that I would like it to go to active transportation or complete green streets, but not just solely to paving. And I think another thing is I was really happy to see the parks maintenance worker because I'm hoping for enhancement in that area as we enhance our parks, biodiversity, green streets, and urban forestry. I think those are some of the kinds of positions that we'll need. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
So I was looking at this equipment replacement reserve, Councilmember Ramirez, and if time is money, I don't know if you've seen how vehicles are getting inflation going crazy, and if there's tariffs on these vehicles, it's going to cost us a boatload of more money. So I think the value of the time and money that would probably be wiser to spend on the vehicles, because that's the building of the public safety building is going to be a little more over time. And I know the importance of having equipment, especially when we do our fire trucks, new ambulance, anything is that if these equipment starts running down, the cost of repair and labor is sometimes outweighs the thought of some other money. So I sort of like keeping our money where it is on there. Overall, I'm trying to avoid changing anything at this point because council has a tendency to, and I'm guilty of it a lot of times, is muddling up the project and doing this, doing that, whereas the focus is high level. Let's just get this through. We are in the times of changing economic times, and we better be conservative on what we're doing. And of course, one project to me on maintenance of the streets, folks, streets are the paving is the foundation for any of your complete streets, any of your active transportation. But we are still a city of cars, and I keep feeling guilty that every time something comes up, well, let's get rid of, don't look for the cars. They will take care of themselves. And we need to start concentrating on getting our streets back up to where they've done. Because if you get your streets up to that PCI where you want it, then you'll have that extra funds to do your safe streets, then to do your active transportation. And it is true that some of the active transportation will be taken care of, but the paving, but those people, they're on the streets. So no matter how, if you put green lines in or whatever, they're still going to be going bumpity on the street. So you need to get your foundation squared away. So those are my thoughts.
Any other? Councilmember Showalter.
Well, since we're talking about kind of high level things, one of the things I've been very concerned about is is what can we do to really sort of punch up our efforts to create a community for all. I really like the idea of increasing the hours in the library. I think that's excellent. Something that isn't really a lot of money, but I think maybe would be good to add a little money to is the neighborhood grants program. But just as we think about there's a lot of fear in our community, which is justified. I mean, it's very reasonable that people should be fearful, and that means that the kind of programming we do that we've done may need to morph. And so that's just something that I think that we need to consider as we move forward. And then the other thing I would like to say is that if we do go into a recession, we've gone into a couple of recessions over the course of my life, and I think one thing that does happen when you go into a recession is those programs that the city puts on get more and more precious. The library, having the pool available, the parks that people can go to, the things that you can go to that are, essentially free. Our movie nights, our music on the green, having an entertainment district. I mean, that could also be part of that. But I think that the Performing Arts Center, yeah, I think that the things that bring the community together and are what we sort of think of more as programming become very, very important. But when you translate that into, okay, so how does that translate into the built environment? Well, it does with good paving that you can build complete streets on, lots of trees that make people want to walk. That sort of those things do create more of a healthy built environment, and so those are the kind of things I think we should be concentrating on. And I really want to also say that finance is not my strength. And everybody, has observed that over the years. It's not my strength. But I do understand how vital it is because you can't do anything without the proper funding to carry it out. So I really want to express my appreciation for the staff for writing up this very careful staff report for us, particularly the reserve document, and that was very helpful. And I think this, as other people have said, this sort of rolling it out a little more gently than we've done in the past is going to really pay off this year. And so I want to, I want to thank you for that. And in particular, when we had the budget in brief a couple of years ago, that was a very, very useful document to share with people. So I'm really glad we're going to do that again. I don't know how many people there are in the community that read the 600-page budget. I'm pretty sure that, the sum total of people who read it is like 20, and here's, 10 of them, right here. But that budget in brief is read by hundreds of people, if not thousands. So it's really, really valuable in communicating how we're spending our money. So I just want to really put in a big plug for those communication things and they're important now because they communicate, but they're also important because we are the government we're functioning well. And we really need to communicate how are we doing that. And there's no better way to communicate how you're doing well by having your act together with respect to funding. And that's what we are. We do have our act together with respect to funding. And I think we need to make sure that as many residents of Mountain View who are paying attention and want to know about that get this information. So that's the other thing I want to say is really important. I think the communication of how we're doing this is more vital than ever because of the political situation we find ourselves in.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. Ah, so thank you to staff. I actually found this to be a very easy read comparatively to our large budget that I usually just have playing in the background. Uh, I didn't really realize that we could just ask for things if we wanted it and just consider it. So I'm actually generally in support of all of what my colleagues have suggested because I think they are all really good ideas and I would love to see us take to see if it's possible if we could do these things to essentially improve the lives of our residents. Like the entertainment district sounds great. AI translation tool, exploring the library hours. Do you know on Sunday it's 1 to 5 p.m. On Sundays in the library, and it's not necessarily the library itself that I really struggle with the hours. It's their Wi-Fi is the only one that allows you to go to old newspapers. So like those limited hours just cut into that time when I just really want to look into like our Mountain View history, because I'm a nerd like that. I appreciate Councilmember Showalter's highlight of the neighborhood grants program. I would also we brought back when we looked at the budget, the city is bringing back community for all grants, and I think that's a great thing. I think that's something we would love to continue. So that's a +1 wherever we can add to that. I appreciate Mr. Jean's analysis of our budget. I shared it with some friends in San Mateo City Council, and they all love him very much. I one thing I would also like in the as we think about the budget and brief, I really do appreciate that. Highlight the type of expenditures and revenues that directly affect our residents. Those are like things like the neighborhood grants. Like we know, yes, our residents are pretty much touched by everything that goes through our city, but they are more directly involved with some of these budgeting items that are involved, like our CNCs or our community for all grants, the things that like they can feel and touch. And so those are the kinds of things I want to see in our budget and briefs, to see that these are the opportunities they have directly as a resident. But yes, thank you for staff for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Clark.
Thank you. I think I largely agree with, Councilmember McAllister here. I think, I don't want to mess with this too much. I'm open to, if the ask is just to, explore and bring back sort of what the cost would be to expand hours in certain ways at the library. I'm open to that. I'm not sure. I understand the merits of it. Without quantifying, I have no idea whether that's something that's feasible for us to do, but I'm open to looking at that. For the pavement, I'm open to, if there are ways to prioritize active transportation projects within that bucket, I'm open to it. But what I don't think I'd want to do is just reprogram the 500,000 from pavement to active transportation. I think that's a much bigger deal for me. But as we heard at the CIP session, I think there's a lot of overlap between some of those projects. And so obviously I think we should prioritize active transportation projects. I just don't fully think I would understand if there are any unintended consequences of actually reprogramming that entire amount. AI translation, obviously, I think that's great. I'm not sure if that can just be something that's done through city manager authority or city clerk, or if it's something we actually need to budget for. But I think those are the types of tools that I think can really assist with not just translation, but things like document processing and other things. I think these tools will become more and more powerful and less expensive over time, pretty rapidly. And then I don't think I don't think now is the right time to reprogram money from the equipment replacement fund. If we get to a point where the $25 million gap, we're talking about a 5 or 10 million gap, and we decide at that point that we want to rob one fund to fill that out. I think that's a discussion I'd be open to. I just don't think it makes sense to do right now, because I do think the equipment replacements are important to occur on a specific timeline, and those costs can be very unpredictable, as we're about to see, because as of 9 p.m. Pacific, the tariffs are in place. Which brings me to thank you, staff. I know that you'll be following the environment very, very closely. It isn't the exact same situation, but it feels eerily reminiscent of this exact time in 2020 when we knew something was happening. We knew we were going to have to watch the budget very carefully between when we first saw it and when we adopted it. And I think this is one of those cases where, a lot of things may or may not happen between now and June. So I appreciate you keeping an eye on everything and being willing to adjust adjust the parameters and other things between now and June. So those are my thoughts.
Great, thank you. Councilor Ramirez, did you have more, or did you want to respond to folks? Or okay, well, I think that all of these are explore, correct, colleagues? So all of the suggestions. So I think the straw polls and the 2 pages or 3 pages of items you have given me are just all explore. So no final action, correct? Is that what you wanted to talk about?
One response.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Because I see Councilmember McAllister in the queue as well.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to do a 1-2 punch on this one. So first, not necessarily on you. I like you, Councilmember Clark. But I will. So first, I will say I think many have been following my great antipathy towards this particular reserve for many years. I also am a nerd. I looked up in the annual comprehensive financial report the balance and the level of activity for this reserve over the past 15 years. And it, with one exception, it rarely has been above like 2.5 million, right? The activity is minimal compared to how much money we've stocked away. And it's routinely ballooned up into like the $30 million range. If the activity were more like 15 million, I could justify that balance, but because historically the activity is very low, with the one exception being very recently, I think this this fiscal year that we're currently in, we're looking at like 11 or 12 million dollars, much of which is fleet, right? So I think we have been overly cautious in this reserve. And to Councilmember McAllister's point, the fact that we've stocked away that amount of money for so long has meant that we've deprived ourselves of the opportunities of investing that money wisely in actual capital improvements. So I feel like this is not an uninformed opinion. It's based on looking at the reserve activity since basically 2009 and seeing that the activity is very low. The reserve balance is very high and very difficult, in my opinion, to justify. But more importantly, I'm going to ask, I think it's going to be my friend, Assistant City Manager Andrews, who is I regard as a war colleague in the Measure G fight from yesteryear. But I know you've been working on the Public Safety Administration building and financing. If memory serves, in the next council meeting, we're going to vote on a PSA for, is it a construction manager? And that means we're really close to starting to go to bid. Is that right? Can you give us an update on the Public Safety Administration building and the financing that we're looking at?
So the good news is that direct question should actually be answered by Director A. But on the financing piece, correct. So on June 10th, we're coming with the final financing plan in conjunction with all the bond documents that are going to be required to issue bonds over the summer. We'll actually be meeting with S&P credit rating early May in conjunction with the city manager and the rest of the financing team. So we're moving forward fairly quickly on the financing side. In terms of the bid packages, I don't know the exact dates, but they are coming soon. And perhaps Director Ng knows the dates.
Mayor, may I? Before our director gets up here, I would just like to add that the funding that we have identified for the public safety building, if council's open to it, since the direction is to explore, perhaps what we can do with the team is see what might be needed still for the timing of EV purchases, and then what we would need based on our bond financing to put maybe some extra money aside. And maybe it's splitting the difference, if that's something that council's open to, with exploring it, while keeping, the fund still intact and having a balance, and then also identifying what extra funding might be needed. I also want to say real quickly that keep in mind that this bill is moving through Congress about the financing for bonds for municipalities. So if our bonds can no longer be tax exempt, it means that our costs for the public safety building will go up. So we're really going to have to be strategic about how we're identifying funding for that, which is another reason why our assistant city manager is working so hard and fast to try and issue these bonds this summer. Just to add context.
I would just like to emphasize what the city manager said. The difference in spreads between tax exempt and non-tax exempt municipal debt is anywhere between 100 basis points and 150 basis points. It's a full percentage, which would mean that would be that much less in bond proceeds we would get if we have to pay the higher interest rate.
With respect to timing of the public safety building, so we've actually broken the building and the parking garage into two separate bid packages, right? And we're proceeding forward with the public safety building. It's really the administration building for public safety, as is. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly where we are with design. I want to say somewhere in about 9 months or so, we should be seeing that go out for bid. We're currently in the process of the early stages of the garage portion of the building. We're looking at how much that would cost, what that would mean with respect to overall, financial impact for the project, and really what a garage could look like as a architectural partner, I'll say, to the Civic Americana theme that was already approved for the public safety building. So that one is going to lag a little bit behind.
Thank you very much for the update. I appreciate both of you responding to the questions. I'll just share, I agree with the mayor that the intent is to explore. I'm not necessarily wedded to 5 million. I'd be comfortable with much more. But I'll leave that to the city manager. I think that the overall intent is we're really close. We can deliver this very important capital improvement that we've been planning for 20 years. And I would rather do so rather than focus on a speculative investment in something that is important, our fleet, but we don't actually have like a plan for that right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember McAllister. And then maybe we can do some straw polls. What do we think?
But I first want to recognize the entire staff out there, how well they're engaged in this tonight. And I appreciate them being here because we can't do it without them. But question to the city manager, and it's sort of a little off that, but if on my perspective of trying to reduce projects and make things go a little quicker, I keep hearing, we'll explore this, we'll explore that. So even though it sounds like it's not much, how much time is really involved when people say, well, could you explore it? Now, don't take it personal. It's just, I've heard it many times that, well, we'll just look at this, we'll look at that. If we keep doing that, we just keep getting a little more project, a little more delay. So I just wonder, is it possible? Is it time consuming? What's an answer on this?
Great question. Unfortunately, Councilmember Ramirez and I spoke about this a while ago. So I've actually had a chance to look into this further before this evening. So at least the library piece of it. So that will not take that much time because we've already looked into it, and I just need to talk with my team and better understand some of the potential implications and costs. The thing that I would just remind council of, though, is that you have a $96,000 balance for ongoing costs. So the things that you're suggesting are great. This is exactly the sort of input that we were seeking. However, we will need to look at how those could be funded with our one-time limited period funds, which that balance is a little over $4 million, but that amount is also used for next year's limited period funding and reserves. So that's when you say explore, that's what we will be looking at. We will be looking at what the potential costs of these items are. Some of the things you've identified do fit already with some of the other limited period items that we've recommended. So I think we would just bring back more about the story of how they fit in. Other items I think could be funded by the limited period amount that we do have left. But it is going to be very difficult to identify ongoing funding. And this also gets at what Councilmember Showalter was talking about with the snapshot of our forecast. So a forecast is only good as the day you make it. And particularly now with everything going on. So I think, to your question, Councilmember McAllister, I don't see anything that's been mentioned that tonight being particularly time consuming or difficult. Our budget team meets every week, and various folks have various jobs that they're doing based on like tasks. I mean, so this is doable. This is doable.
Well, thank you for answering the question, but the question was more broad than just what's going on tonight budget, but overall, there's always, could we explore, not the items tonight, but in general, when we do a stall or somebody says, let's explore, how much time is it that we really are adding on to anything? Or is it really that they can do it if there's the gap in there, they have the bandwidth to answer these questions? Or do you say, okay, well, let's try to get more other things done?
Well, I think to the foundation of your question, it's also why we have worked with council to implement a work plan that is more manageable, because we haven't had time to do all the things that were on the explore list, and we haven't been able to execute on all of council's work plan projects. So, and that's something else that you all will be talking about in your next meeting, which is your work plan. So going from 70 projects to 40 projects to hopefully less than 14 or 15 projects this time around. So it really depends. It's hard for me to give a specific answer, but yes, adding on anything to explore or anything to go do does add to staff's bandwidth and ability to do just the fundamental things they're working on. But I would also say that having a more manageable workload will help. And we haven't talked about it very much, but there is a 1 hour rule. I was trying to remember how long it's been since we've talked about this. And it's been years, I think, since I've mentioned it. So if there is something that ever comes up that council wants staff to explore or look into, there's a 1 hour rule that basically says that if it's going to take staff longer than 1 hour to do this task, that it would have to come back to council to report out on how long it would take to do such a thing, whatever that project is. So like I said, we haven't really talked about it that much, but that's kind of the confines that we look at these things. Is this a task that could be accomplished in a few hours, 1 hour? Or is it a bigger project or issue, which is why we're trying to shrink the workload, because we just don't have the capacity to do everything.
Okay, I just want clear because we seem to be piling on small projects. They're all great, but we just keep piling on. So thank you.
You can vote no on everything. Okay. All right.
Let's go. Oh,
I know we're already past. Wait, the item started before, right? Okay. It's been that long. Okay. So I think we've had a robust discussion. So I think that we can start doing some straw polls if that's all right with everyone. That sound good? All right. Just my comments are I'm excited. Thank you so much for bringing this preview to us. I think As colleagues were saying, it's very timely and necessary, and we've had such a robust discussion about it. So thanks for bringing it. One thing that wasn't mentioned was the fee study, and after what, a decade of reviewing our fee study, it's like we're so close. I'm really excited about this, particularly given all the different implications that we talked about. One of the things that I want to preview, not to take a straw poll on it, but just when we pass measure P and then measure G, I think as a council, we thought, although I wasn't part of the prior one for P, I think we thought that there was going to just be a lot more revenue generation. And as we are talking about tonight, we're just not seeing that. And I think it's a challenge for us to think about how else we can be creative. So obviously the fee study is going to be one thing, talking about what we may need to have to go out for in 2026, right, is the reality. And so that is also framing my mind as we're talking about this. And that's the unfortunate reality. But thank you to staff for all your efforts as we're navigating this. So I heard general support of the direction that we're going in, with a couple of suggestions on things that people would like to have explored. So if we don't mind, just a show of hands, exploring explore expanding library hours on weekends. Okay, that looks unanimous. Yay. Okay. AI translate. We had it be, oh, thank you. Okay. Looking at exploring live AI translation service software tool for our council meetings. Okay, that looks like 6. All right. Looking at 5 million or staff recommendation. Okay, how about this? Exploring a staff recommendation on moving equipment replacement funds to the public safety reserve. Okay, that looks like 6. All right, moving on. Can you help me with, were those some straw motions, Councilmember Hicks, or comments?
Economic vitality staff and see
Okay.
if there's any way to enhance the revenue.
Okay, so exploring, evaluating the economic vitality.
Yeah, taking a look at the economic vitality staff. We're hiring somebody now. Just see if there's any way of enhancing the revenue generating component of that.
Okay, all those in favor of that? All right, that looks like 6. All right, and that was everything for you. And then I did not hear any from Councilmember McAllister. Councilmember Showalter, exploring increasing our community for all grants. Is that what you were saying? Or which we are doing? Okay. You also mentioned exploring support for entertainment districts. Did I write that right?
Yeah, that was what we
Same. Okay. Great. All right. And Vice Mayor Ramos talked about exploring including in our budget in brief ways to highlight the funds that directly affect our residents, or does that sound right? Okay. I'm fine with that. I think it's more just an exploring more information in the budget in brief about, like, for example, the Community for All grants or our CNC grants, and having that more highlighted in the budget in brief for our residents to read. That was my understanding. Is that correct? All right. Everyone okay with that? Okay, that looks like 5. No, 6. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I got everything. All right. So with that, we have done all our straw motions. May I have a mover and a seconder? How about a little bumpity bump, John? Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Hicks. So let's.
What is the motion? Not the straw vote, but what are we voting on?
The staff recommendation, which is to, I think, prepare a balanced budget with the direction that was included in the report.
Essentially to accept the city manager's preliminary budget recommendations with the changes that you have cited.
the exploring.
Yeah. You can vote against.
Yes. Thank you. All right. Let's vote. All right, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much to staff who are with us at this late hour. City Attorney Logue, do I need to take a vote to continue past 10 or not because we're almost there?
I don't think so.
Okay,
We're not
Okay, perfect.
for
Just
action.
making sure. Perfect. All right. So I'd like us to move on to item 8. This item is reserved for council members to make brief remarks on city business conducted in their official capacity or to report on meetings attended at the expense of the city. Vice Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. Last Friday, I went down to Burbank for the Cal Cities Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations Committee. I was appointed this year. Yeah, we talked a lot about AI and Brown Act.
Great, thank you. Any other reports? Councilmember Clark.
Just very briefly, wanted to make folks aware. I attended, there was like an overview of the assessor's office, which was actually quite interesting. I don't think they've posted the session to view yet, but one of the interesting tidbits that I learned is that they are, there's in state law, they're about to start assessing the parklets and things like on Castro Street, where a restaurant might set up a parklet. Those are about to be assessed, and
Oh my God.
and they were just warning. They wanted folks to know that it's state law. They're not doing it to penalize folks, but they also understand that a lot of people are going to be very surprised when they see that assessment. So they're trying to spread the word. So if staff or others are interested, just FYI, I don't really know who to raise that to, but if we get inquiries, which we probably will, that's what's going on.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for letting us know. Councilmember Showalter.
Just a brief report about BCDC. I wanted to let you know that the Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan received was awarded by the American Planning Association State and Regional Award for Excellence and Sustainability at the APA conference in Denver last week. So that's pretty exciting. This is our regional effort to plan for sea level rise protection. And I also wanted to let you know that in Santa Clara County, we are working on putting together this plan jointly. And some money has been applied for grant funds to help pay for the planning. Then the other thing that we talked about at BCDC is the Bay Water Trail. I mean, most of us are familiar with the Bay Trail. I think many of us are on it very often, but there's also a water trail, and this water trail is designed to be landing places and launching places for small boats like kayaks and canoes, so that people can go out and enjoy the bay. And there's the dream someday is that you'll be able to sort of circumnavigate the whole bay in your canoe, and there'll be camping places for you to stop and visit from time to time. And I also attended the Morning with the Mayor. Thank you very much. And along with everybody else, the Ringsdorf Aquatic Center grand opening, which I think we're all going to enjoy greatly.
Great, thank you. And I just want to report, I attended our Council Transportation Committee meeting last Tuesday. All right, any other? Okay, we will move on to item 9, our adjournment. The next City Council meeting will be held on April 22nd, 2025. This meeting is adjourned at 11 p.m. Thank you. Have a great night.